well, we just got that paint stripped on that power steering fluid reservoir. So we installed a bunch of these lines yesterday, so we don't need these old ones anymore. These can go out. So I'll have one more floor space. But this is the cooler line I was talking about. That's on the van. This is the old one. Oh, I still need to take this. That's why it's always good to check these. I got to get this hose clamp off of here. So I'll set this out here so I don't forget. But at least it's not getting tripped over anymore. We used some brake fluid to get the paint softened up so we can finish getting it off on the rest of this. And it looks like it is softened up. Okay. So we'll get this other power steering line out of here too. I just hang on to these things until I know for sure I don't need them anymore. Here's these other ones. So it's installed now with the new stuff in the van. That's what we were doing yesterday on our live. And then we got the parts and the tools in for trying to finish putting this, getting the radio working on a sander tool at this point in time. I'm looking to get some. That's why we're doing this like the way we're doing it. I have quite a bit of tools. I just don't have the sanding stuff at this point in time. But it's just good to get the bare metal all, you know, covered, protected by the paint. So there's just a little bit of remnants of this paint left on here. If I move this out of the way, I can go ahead and turn the air compressor on and run the shop air through this thing real good. So get this stuff off in here. Kind of an experimental thing. By the machine shop guy, where I had just the exhaust side valves on the one head. It had and he said when you put the valve in, everything's right on spec, but it looks like it wouldn't be until you put the new valves in. So he got it all to be right. I just gotta go. I just gotta wait for the other cylinder head to come in before I go down and see him and pay for the one that's been brought down there for him to put it in anyway. So it's not a big deal if they aren't. So that's what's going on with the van stuff. So okay, let's answer some comments here. All right, Jen Nesbitt, last month had to replace the water pump and timing cover and gasket yesterday, and the oil light was going crazy. What kind of vehicle there, Jenna? Thanks for commenting. Mr. 420, to you. Jenna, check oil pressure. Yeah, good idea. Okay. Madman, thanks for commenting. I've started nickel plating things. Works great. Okay. Hydrochloric acid works great, or muriatic. So the valve seat recessed. Yeah, that particular head, the driver's side head, had a issue with some valve seats. I think like 3 of them were like weird. Okay, Travis Nichols, thanks for commenting. Yeah, the valve seats can wear down there, Madman. Yep. Yeah, it was something like that. Because I noticed cylinder number 3 exhaust valve was having like an issue where it wasn't seating right, just looking at it when I took it out too. But luckily the driver's side head wasn't warped, so that's good news too. So Travis Nichols, wire buffer, not chisel, no tools, right? Well, the wire wheel wasn't really getting this stuff off is why I was doing this chisel. Good question. So yeah, the one on my drill wouldn't even really fit in here either. But then this paint was just too, like, just not broke down enough for it to get the wire wheel off on it. Because we were trying that yesterday. But yeah, good tips though. If I had a more abrasive wire wheel, I think it would have done the trick. Just the one I had was just a cheapo one. It didn't have quite have the hardness of the metal. The stuff wasn't right for it to have enough to take the paint off, unfortunately. That's what I thought it would work like for. That's why I was like, oh, I'm just going to strip it with the wire wheel, and it wasn't doing anything. Unless I hold it down on it for a long time. And it's still going to take a long time. But we're almost to the end of getting this paint off of here, so it shouldn't be a problem much longer. But yeah, that was something interesting when he was talking about that. He said there's nothing wrong with my head, it's just different than anything he's seen. I'm like, well, that's interesting, because I had the 90 up there that's gonna need heads coming up too. So I'm gonna bring those heads to him when I take those off as well. So he can go through and, you know, magnetic particle test it, you know, and check everything. See if they're warped or they're cracked. And go from there, because that's got the same engine as the van, the 4.3, just a little older version of it with the EGR valve, whereas the 05 van doesn't have the EGR valve. They just did away with it from GM back by that time. You know, then I got to do the 305 out of my truck's head gaskets, and the heads will have to go to his shop too for that as well. So I got a lot of business coming up for my machine shop guy. Get a lot of vehicles that need head gaskets here. Whoops. Almost got the rest of this paint off. Start installing, finish tracking down the wiring issue on the stereo in the 98K 1500 that I got parked out back here. So once we get this squared away, we're gonna start going on that to get this paint off of here. That's better. It's almost all the way off, guys, and I think maybe I could try the wire wheel now. Maybe I'll put some tape over this just to prevent debris getting in it, or a glove. I think I'll stuff a glove in it. Let's try that. Not too deep so it doesn't get stuck in there. Okay, it kind of seems like it wants to fall out. Maybe halfway in, halfway out kind of thing. Let's try that, and I'll get the wire wheel out. Okay, here's the wire wheel. I'm going to put it in the vise first, so I'm not holding it with one hand. Kind of strange setup, so I have to make sure I got the clearance to fit the wire wheel still too. Maybe like that. Or like that so you guys can see it better. I'll try that. I don't know if I'll have the clearance though. Get this light in here better. It's like looking in the sky. Just gotta get enough clearance to actually get it in there. Because it's already pretty much falling off. It just needs that little extra persuasion. I guess I'll just try to hold it with my hand. It's just such a tight area. You gotta have to try. I'm gonna try to do it holding it with my left hand and doing it with my right. Let's try that. Kind of working. I'll have to look into getting a little more abrasive wheels in the future. It's helping, man. Oh yeah, it's actually doing it for the most part. It's helping. Just glove out of the way. Try to just get some more. I think if I had some sandpaper, I'd just go around the rim of this. That'd be good too. But let's see. Get a little. I got a fine screwdriver to. Here we go. Try to get these little nooks and crannies on the sides. That's better. Almost all the way stripped on here. Not the most glorious method, but we'll get the right stuff for future projects that are similar to this. It's not like this has to go on right this second either, so we're still waiting to get our cylinder heads, so it's okay. Oops. It's circular, so it spins when I tapped it by accident. Well, the top's kind of flat on the vise here. I guess I can work down on the floor because I'm not actually strapping it in the vise anymore. Probably be easier on myself. And I can actually answer the comments better. So let's get down here. Oh, a steel toothbrush might be a good idea, yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna get position here. Make sure I sit good so I don't make my foot lose circulation like yesterday. There we go. How's it going, Rich Hall, Oscar Cruz, Cure? Okay, I'm gonna go back in the comments we got. Okay, Madman123. Yeah, when the seat wears down, the spring's gonna keep pulling it up, so it would sit a couple thousands back. Depending on the head, you can replace the seats. At least on my, yeah, that's what the guy was replacing the seats. But that wasn't damaged or anything like that. It was just 30 thousandths off from the factory. He was telling me it wasn't something that was from wear. It was just it left the factory like that. So interesting. But yeah, that's good that they got these kind of parts that you can change out. The actual head itself's all within spec and it's not warped and like doesn't have micro cracks or anything. So Gelato, I just put new brakes on my seat, Ibiza. I'm happy I'm done. Bleeding the brakes was, yeah, it can be a pain, bleeding brakes. If you're trying to pump the pedal with you by yourself, unless you're doing like the one-man method. I'm gonna be building my heads here soon. Already checked for cracks and had it resurfaced. Good. Doing your own guides too. You're changing the guides were worn too. Or you're just changing them for preventative maintenance. So that's good. Hang on, I got a couple more comments here to read. Just getting that out of here. Okay, Oscar Cruz. Yep. How's it going? Kier. Thanks. It looks great, huh? Doing good, Rich. Thanks for asking and commenting and watching. So we're just getting the last bits of this paint off of here. Then we'll do some acetone on it to get all the residues off of it. Then we're gonna pull up that bottle of the Ospo I got and follow the instructions. And we got an old Windex bottle to put it in to spray it. I think we'll spray it outside on some cardboard. I think that stuff will stain things and it stinks funky. I remember it's got its funk to it. I used it before. I seem to like it. That's why I bought it again. I used it like 10 years ago before. So whatever the bottle gives me for instructions, that's what we'll use on it. Usually stuff seems to turn out right if you just follow the directions, I find. Not always, but most of the time. That's what seems to work for me. I was kind of worrying that we wouldn't get this paint off that well around the rim here, but it looks like it's coming off pretty good. Not the most glorious method, but it's working. Oh, yeah, it's coming off. So I didn't have any paint stripper on hand either, so this was soaked last night with, I used a Q-tip with some brake fluid on it, and just got it on all the areas that had the paint that was want to come out. And it softened the paint up enough so I can do this right now. The rest of this stuff was all bubbled up and all nasty, so it was just chipping off in chunks. So, oh wait, we got this last part here. I think. Oh, that's coming off too. Yeah, the paint just doesn't like to stick on this thing. I think all the heat cycles of this thing and just whatever the fluid just eating away the metal or the paint is my guess. Trying to get that rim area right here, because the more I get all of this paint off of here, the better the paint job will be, where it doesn't have this old stuff that's flaking underneath the new stuff. It'll probably look a lot better too, because then it won't look like it's got like an orange peel texture, you know, from the old paint being underneath it. Little little bits just stuck by those little seams. They're just getting those things out is real important, because that stuff's not gonna, the paint won't stick good to that stuff. It'll make a weak spot in the paint coat where it'll keep trying to flake. And it'll look all nasty like it did in the first place. I've always seen people that have these Astro vans. It seems like their power steering reservoirs all got this flaky paint on it. I was like, well, mine's got that too. I was like, well, I'm gonna try and make it look better while I have it all apart anyway, you know. Like, I'm only in here doing this because I was already in here anyway doing stuff. So like, I didn't go out of my way just to specifically do this while the thing was still going good. Like, I already got, this is down to the cylinder heads out right now, guys, this van. So it's like, I just changed the power steering pump because the pump actually wasn't bad. What was bad with it was somebody who worked on it before me stripped out the threads that go onto the pulley shaft. So when you use the pulley puller, it wouldn't sit in there like it's supposed to. It kept on ripping the threads out, like whole rings of the metal kept coming out. And I thought I broke it, but the person who worked on it before me boogered it up, and then there was just enough threads for me to think that it was working. Then when I started tightening it in, it would just kept stripping out. And I'm like, oh, well, somebody, left that for me to find out when I got it. Ugh. It's one of those things where they try to make it feel like I did it. I'm like, I didn't do this. I'm like, I know I made sure that those threads were going in by hand the best I could every time. Like, somebody's been here before and boogered it up. So for whatever reason, somebody was doing stuff with the power steering pump on this before. It didn't have a whine or anything to it. It had some seepage on the lines, so we decided to just change the whole pump and get all new lines. And we went the extra step. According to the Rock Auto site, you recommended getting an inline power steering fluid filter. So I did that. So it's pretty simple. What's that filter's based on? It's got like a circle donut inside of it, and this has got a metal screen. So it's pretty cool. Like, I like this so much, I got one for my truck too. I gotta put that in coming up here. Oh, what type of vehicles I got? This 05 Astro van. I got that Mazda B2500, which is basically a Ford Ranger. It's a 98. I just got it on Sunday, given to me by a guy from the church that I was supposed to work on it for him. And then I got a 98 Chevy K1500 extended cab, 5-speed stick. That's what we're going to track down the radio issues with coming up here. Got a 98 Ford Expedition, Eddie Bauer 4-wheel drive, 5.4 engine. Then we got a 98 Chevy Blazer 4-wheel drive with the 4.3 engine. I think I covered all the vehicles for right now. More to come though. The Blazer and the Mazda B2500 I've gotten more recently. The Blazer I got like a little over a month ago. So the Mazda, I have to set the timing on it. It got given to me because the guy was going to have me do the timing belt on it. And then he was going to do whatever with it. But then he just decided to just give it to me. Like, for me to own it and just, here's the keys, it's yours. Here's the title. Got quite a few. It's between me and my wife. She's got like 2. The Expedition's hers, and the Blazer. Blazer needs a head gasket job on it, and I'm going to be doing that soon enough. Same exact engine pretty much as this Astro van has. So this Astro van is basically good practice for doing it. So I thought it was pretty cool with the how the engine is in the Mazda. It's got the Ford engine because it's, you know, it's a rebranded Ford Ranger. It's got a 4-cylinder 2.5 liter engine. It's got waste spark ignition, so it runs off 8 spark plugs with a 4-cylinder engine. That's kind of neat. So it's got 8 spark wires too. So I just have to set the timing on it and put it back together. It's not as complicated as this other stuff that's torn apart right now in the van. Not nearly as many parts and stuff. Acura TLS. What's that? Is that like a Honda Accord pretty much, or is that the SUV? Yeah, thanks. Just commenting, saying hi. Yeah. So, do you work on cars too, or Aiden, or you're just curious, or just popped up on your feed? Yeah, I used to have quite a few Hondas. I like the Hondas. I haven't had any Acuras yet. Almost getting this paint. Trying to get the shadow not in it. Let's try from this angle so that you guys can still see. Yeah, yeah. That's the high end version of Hondas. They got basically a better, cooler seats and some more features. Cooler, better interior. I think some of the stuff is like standalone. It's not even related to the Honda designs of the. Basically, the Hondas. It's like a high end Hondas. You know, Honda's luxury line. I was talking about the car itself. Is that the TLS? I'm not too familiar with what those are. And what's wrong with the car itself? There's probably a lot wrong with it, by the sounds of it. Almost got this paint out of here. Because if I leave any of these little crumbs of paint stuck in here, it's just going to not want to stick in those spots, and it's going to irritate me. Because I'd rather this gets done right the first time so I don't have to repaint it or do anything with it. Just set it and forget it and go put it back together and go on with life. Oops. Getting all these paint crumbs out of here. See, there's even some little paint chips right here. It's okay. When I used to live in New York, I'd be painting every summer, doing the paint in the dorm rooms for the colleges. There'd be hundreds of rooms to paint. So I've gotten better at painting for that. But that's with a paint roller and like a paintbrush. A little different than spray paint. Well, it's paint, but it's just the application is different. Get all this like loose debris gunk off of it. So I went through and made a pretty good shopping list yesterday of what to get for that Mazda truck. Thanks for commenting, Steph. Tearing out a gasket on what? Like a head gasket? That's what these are. These are head gaskets. So interesting to note about the van with the head gaskets is I took these out as just preventative maintenance. They weren't blown yet. This passenger side looked like it was getting ready to blow soon. This is the passenger side. It's a lot more just doesn't feel like it's like structurally there like this one. This one just feels like it's floppy and something's just not right with it. So come to find out the passenger cylinder head had a micro cracks in it. I put some pictures up on my or a picture of it on my post section on my channel. It had when he did the magnetic particle test on it. My machine shop guy, and it showed some micro cracks. Like right about the center, like right between where the middle cylinder on that side of the bank of the engine. It had some. You couldn't tell looking at it until he did that test. So I thought they were good to go. They're not. So it failed that test. So that's why we're waiting. He did redo the driver's side cylinder head. That was good to go. That's all within spec and checked out. But the passenger side, that one is a no-go. So I ended up ordering a new cylinder head that we're waiting on getting. So he can go through that one when it comes in, install the new guts I got for it. So we got new valve springs and valves and that kind of thing, oil seals, all that stuff. He just do his, go through and give his chef's kiss of approval, and then when I get it back, I can go ahead and install it per the service information, following the directions, that kind of thing. See, look, there's just a little bit of paint hiding down here, guys. Get that light in there better. I'm gonna have to invest in some more lights too. It's like it's always like those shadows casting on everything when you're doing this automotive stuff. Yeah, right down. It's hard to do it, trying to show you without. Okay, I think I can get it from that angle. You see down here. I thought I got it all there. There's more in there. It's like that's the stuff that'll start bubbling up and spreading. It's all loose and just barely in there. It's all bubbly and flaky stuff. Lots of, attention to detail with this kind of stuff. Just to get it so you're getting all this old paint out of here, not just leaving it behind by accident. Oh, leaf blower, huh? A bit more elaborate, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they put a leaf blower engine in these vans. Wouldn't have enough get up and go for that. Unless you like revving it at like 10,000 RPMs just to get moving. Those little engines can make the power. They just need really high RPMs to actually be consistent, Oh, what nice. Looks like we're getting this out of here. Oh, I keep bumping the light. My bad, guys. Get in a level spot. Oops. Try to be better about getting it in frame. This is almost... I can't even tell that well. But right in here, I think if I put like a wire brush, I think I have something. Or I might have to use a razor blade in there. On the back side, there's that little area on the back side of the actual container part. Like this part is, I'll call it the container part. And then the backside rim right here, it's hard to see. It's like I almost need like an inspection mirror or something in there, but it's too tight and tiny to try to fit in there. What I can try to do is like just try to scrape and shave off any of that paint that could be in here. Just, you know, keep going at it like this. There's some chips there. So just waiting to mess up my paint job if I leave that stuff in there. Because this thing holds power steering fluid, and that power steering fluid gets pretty hot, and it'll cause like, kind of like how you got like a soda can in the summertime that's cold, and it'll have the condensation kind of thing, and then the metal starts to get like corroded kind of stuff. It tries to, if it's not sealed right with the paint. It'll help promote corrosion if I don't get this stuff out of here and like do a good paint job. It'll probably happen again anyway, but it'll just feel better peace of mind. Because I would have just bought one of these things, but I can't. It doesn't seem like they sell these reservoirs anymore for these particular vehicles. My bad, guys. My hand's kind of moving in the same path where the light's in. So I redirected it, so it should be good now. Get these last little bits out of here. We're getting really close. We're like probably 97 point something away. Most of like the paint off of this, you know. But that little 2% plus or minus ish can get you if you just leave it behind, you know. If I just left these little scraps, see if I you see like those little crumbs. Those little crumbs will get me, or try to if I let them. I'm not gonna let them. I'm gonna go through and, you know, get that stuff out of there. And we got a nice big can of acetone with some fresh, clean rags. And we'll go through and swab this thing down once we get it up to standard, you know. Well, that's the game plan anyway. Then we get to mess with the radio wiring once we get this squared away on the 98K 1500. Because we were getting really close to getting that wired up. We got into a point where we had to stop last week, and I had to order terminal pin kit and terminal pin removal kit, tool kit. But now that I got those, we can go ahead and continue where we left off and get those wires and following the diagrams. Because I labeled a bunch of the wires already with the masking tape and wrote down on what each is off of the wiring diagram. So I needed 3 wiring diagrams. We needed one for the truck wiring harness itself, one for the harness that comes off of that harness from the truck, and then one for the actual head unit of the truck for the radio. So we got those three. So we label each set of the wires. That's what we did when we last were working on it. And then we got to the point, if you're new to the channel, we figured out that the dude who owned it before whoever worked on it had a light bar spliced into the power wire that feeds the radio for some reason. That's why the thing was having such issues. So the power was being robbed from the radio to go to some dude's light bar that owned it before, or whoever decided that was a good idea to do that. So we were going through there and making stuff right, basically. We're trying to make it better anyway. So we're probably like 80-something% of the way of that, I'd say. But I got to try out the terminal pin tool and then try out putting terminal pins in. I haven't done it before, but it didn't look too complicated. The tools are like, you guys will see coming up here if you're still here while I'm doing it. With that, getting that weird gunk out of there. Can't paint over that. Well, you can, but it won't be good. Really close. It's you still see little remnants on there. As long as I can get most of the stuff like where I can't see it at all, at least on the main parts. I know probably back here there might be some stuff that I can't really tell. There might be something stuck left behind. But if we get it super clean, and hopefully the acetone takes off some stuff that I can't get, you know, it'll help clean it. Coming up also, we're going to be doing the thread chasing and running shop air through the head stud holes for doing the cylinder heads on the van. Once we get that cylinder head back, we're going to be chasing the threads and getting it all prepped. We're going to run acetone on a clean lint-free rag, kind of like what we're going to be doing on this, to get that metal surface nice and super clean, so there's no residues, if that makes sense. And then we'll follow the service information for getting the gaskets ready for the head gasket, because we'll be doing one at a time, because we'll have this the driver's side bank back first. So it's not like we're in a rush to get this put together. The main thing is accurate and done right. That way I don't have to tear it back apart because I did something wrong if I try to rush too much. Because we're not just going to take the cylinder head and take the new head studs and get the impact down, just impact it all on and put it together. You know, warp the head and break everything, and it won't seal right. So stay tuned for that. When we do the head, we'll be doing it live as well. When we put back the whole van and all that, it's all going to be done live. Just like when we're doing the timing belt on the Mazda out there. You know, basically rebranded Ford Ranger. That's getting a timing belt put in it. Tensioner. And anything else that's like, you know, needs preventive maintenance items on it. Just doing it all while we're there already. You know, new thermostat, that kind of thing. New fluids. You know, fresh oil change. It's a 5-speed stick. We'll have to check all the clutch stuff and everything. Make sure we're good to go. It's gonna need new tires too. Those tires are from 2016, so um, they're okay because they're holding air for now. Better than no tires right now, but it's good. It's something noted that it's gonna need them. The tires. How's it going, Jesse? Yeah, this is a power steering reservoir. Thanks for coming. Get an ultrasonic. It will clean. Yeah, I should get an ultrasonic too. I've been uh like interested in getting one. Good call there. It'll clean that right nice, or hook it up to a battery charged and put it in a bucket of water and Epsom salt. Oh, electrolysis. That would work good too, huh? Yeah, it's like with the anode and the cathode thing, right? Kind of like how your water heaters work, where they got that sacrificial metal rod in it, so that way it doesn't corrode the water tank itself. Your hot water. People call them hot water heaters. Your water heater, I call it what? Yeah, it's that kind of concept, you know. That kind of thing can go on if you don't keep your up on your uh, antifreeze coolant in your vehicles, and you try to use tap water instead of distilled water. So those minerals and can conduct electricity, and it can make that kind of stuff go on in your engine block as well. That's a good idea. Thanks for that. I'll look more into getting to trying that out. I've been curious about trying it. I know my grandpa would do stuff like that. He's like a World War II veteran. So that's cool. Almost all the way there. Just these little little crumbs, or that might not be a crumb. Yeah. You can't use tap water, and it's not good. I don't think a lot of people really know that. And then if you're like you're flushing your block out and doing your fluid change on your antifreeze, yeah, you could run your hose through it and stuff, but then make sure you get a bunch of distilled water too to just to chase it all out, to get all that hose water out with the minerals out. Just get a bunch of distilled water and flush it with that. Then to get your 50/50. I buy the concentrate and mix it myself. You get a lot more money. Here in Canada, I used to live in upstate New York for like 30 years. I live in Colorado now. But yeah, the rust was insane. I went to college for automotive in New York. And I used to work in some garages, and you'd try to put some cars on the lift, and you'd try to lift the cars up with a 2-post lift, and the arms would start going through the floor of the car from the rust. The rust would be so bad, the cars were just nasty. This sucked because you just watch these cars just waste away, and it's like a never-ending cycle of having to get a car just because the rust was killing it. Oh, you're working on cars in the rust belt. My condolences. That's what I used to do. You have to have an oxyacetylene torch for everything. Any bolts you're trying to work on. The big red wrench. It's like watching a South Main Auto guy. He lives in the Rust Belt in New York, like I used to, and that's
I wouldn't call it fun stuff. Oh, it's like the worst is getting like your drum brakes to work on. Uh, the drums will be seized right on really bad. Everything always gets seized on. Wheel bearings, anything's a pain in the butt working in the rust belt. Yeah, yeah, you gotta pretty much get that metal like melting, like red pumping hot, and your map gas or propane torch won't even touch those bolts. So I used to have an '08 Trailblazer when I lived there, and I had an '02 as well. I had to do some tie rods on them, and I thought maybe the map gas was gonna have enough heat for it, and it didn't. I had to get the oxyacetylene because you can try to do that, and if yeah, you got the strong impact and all that, but you put that on there, the bolt will snap. So like they get seized in so bad from the corrosion, the bolts will snap if you try to get them off. Even if you get like the long breaker bar, sometimes you can get it to come out if you're patient enough with like PB blaster and coil or something or some good penetrant. Oh yeah, I would. Yeah, induction heater probably does help. Sounds like it gets it hot enough to be cherry red, like the big red torch. The oxyacetylene. Yeah, you had to have oxyacetylene for all that stuff. And exhaust would get all rotted out. Everything just gets rotted out in those poor cars in the Rust Belt. That's one of the main reasons why I didn't want to live in New York anymore. I wanted to actually have cars that don't rot away from the rust for once in my lifetime. That's why I'm in here in Colorado, where I stayed here after being in the Army. Because you don't get all this kind of stuff there back in New York. You just get rusty junk. It's a scam to try to sell you a car every couple years, in my opinion. Yeah, the induction heater is good. Just trying to get this last bits we can out of this backside. And we're just going to go ahead and go clean it up with some acetone on a clean lint-free rag. We're going to put some, what do you want to call it, tape. We're going to cap over this just like these are capped. Oh, wait, we got this here. I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought I was close to being done. This stuff doesn't look like too bad to get off. I was using that. I'll show you guys. The back of a Sawzall blade somebody recommended to me, all you viewers, yesterday, and I was like, what? No way. And I tried it, and it looks pretty good. Let's try it. If I get the angle right and the pressure right, it seems to work good. And maybe a fresh blade that's not kind of canted and cockeyed might be better. Okay, it's kind of working. Trying to keep it straight so we're not gouging in the middle. We still gotta see if it wins the beauty contest. Just kidding. I think I got some fresh blades that might be better. This one's got a slight bend to it. Let's try a different blade. Yeah, we got a fresh blade here. Let's try this one. Let's see if this makes a difference. Where do we leave off? Down. Okay. Getting my legs positioned. Razor blade or paint scraper. Oh yeah, paint scraper. That's something I probably should get to. The razor blade, I couldn't get enough like leverage on it. I seen. These blades that come in handy for a lot of stuff, especially like the used ones. Like I made like a makeshift thing for, well, not makeshift, like a permanent thing for my furnace slash like AC, you know, central air unit thing in the house, because the little access panel on the thing, the clips were all busted. So I ended up taking a blade like this, cutting it in half. That was used, the used blade. It's just junk, you know. And then drilled some holes, pilot holes for it, and went on the sides of the the metal access panel to the actual housing of the furnace. And instead of like using tape and trying to zip tie it and all that stuff, I did that with the blades. And now when I have to change, like clean the filter or change the filter, I can just unscrew it, and it's good to go. And it's like a sustainable way to maintain my, you know, furnace. Because they had like the most chintzy clips, in my opinion, on it. They're like these little plastic clips, and the previous owner that lived here already busted them all. So that thing just kept trying to fall down. Oh, thanks for coming, indirect junkie, or donkeys, not junkies, my bad. Indirect donkeys. Bro, a razor or paint scraper. Yeah, paint scraper would be nice. And a wire wheel. The wire wheel, I have one here. It just doesn't have the abrasiveness, unfortunately, enough to get this little bit of paint that's still kind of stuck. If it's been dissolved a bit by like the brake fluid, or if I had a paint stripper, then it would do the trick. But good tip though, and thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I learned a lot of good stuff from you guys with the comments in here. Yeah, this area didn't get the brake fluid soaked on it. Last night I did do the soaking on the outside of this. That's why this is pretty good now. We got this cleaned up pretty good. For the most part. This little area right here. On the rim. Just want to have a good clean paintable surface, you know. Get all that remnants out of here. A lot better chance of this lasting as a paint job, you know. Some of the crumbs from sitting on the crumbs. But this down here looks like pretty much what's left for the majority of it. And then it's like we can finally put that phosphoric acid treatment on it, per the instructions on the bottle, you know. And then let it do its thing. And then hopefully the self-etching primer comes in today. Because I ended up getting quite a few cans of that, like a 6-pack of it. Just waiting on it to be delivered to the door. Then I got some high heat black paint to put on this for the final coats. I'm gonna see if I got some wire or string, or I'll even a zip tie, and we'll hang this up, elevate it, so when it gets all clean, we'll use the acetone on a clean, lint free dry rag and super clean the surface of this. We'll have this hanging up suspended, and I'll cap off this area with the tape, and we'll go through and paint it. That way it's not like resting and getting weird spots of like runny paint or anything stupid like that, you know. Hopefully. That way, something comes out good, you know. This one, I don't want to have to keep doing it again or do it and then it looks like terrible, you know. Try at least give it, you know, give it a good effort, you know. I tried the razor blade here we got here. Don't want to slip and go into my hand. So if you're doing this kind of stuff yourself, be careful with these razors. This thing's sharp. It's the brand new fresh razor. Kind of working. Taking some shavings off. I think I'm gonna try the screwdriver again. I seem to get the more leverage with it. I got a bigger one. I got lots of screwdrivers, but for the smaller areas, it seems to work good. But I need to get a wider tip. I got a bunch of tools sitting around here. Here's a screwdriver. Let's try that one. Yeah, this one's got more mass to it, so you can put a little more leverage on it. Just the tip's kind of fat still, like the width of it, or not the width, like the thickness. It's like just not that sharp enough edge. I got that chisel. I got some pretty sharp chisels. Take a coat hanger, cut one side with the corner bent along however you want in the bend, and the cuts where you cut about 1/4 inch. Then you can push it together like thongs or tongs. I think you meant tongs. And hook it in the top of that cap. Okay, that's a good idea. Trying to visualize all that. I'll just have to follow it step by step. Not sure if I have coat hangers anymore. I'll have to check. I might possibly have a few, hopefully. But I do got some like 550 cords, string and stuff too, or zip ties. Let's see about getting the chisel out, like I was saying. Let's try this. This is a pretty good sized chisel. You seem to be okay. I got these ones a while ago. Not as fancy as like the Proto ones, but pretty good. Not bad. I think I got these at Walmart like 5 years ago or something. But yeah, thanks for that tip there, Jesse. I appreciate it. Yeah, it makes a difference, you know. 'Cause I know you guys do this kind of stuff in your own lives too, and maybe a lot more experience than I am in this kind of thing, and can learn something. And you other viewers can possibly learn something too. It helps. Seems like this area is a little more caked on there. A little more stubborn at letting go of the metal surface. Definitely got to get more type of light, these rechargeable type of lights, and just corded lights, and more lights in general. Doesn't hurt at all. When you're working on these vehicles, there's so many dark spots and shadows that cast off all everything. Because it's not like everything's all the same size and level with each other in the engine bay. There's just so many little different things poking out. and they cast shadows on each other. So even if you got nice bright lights, if something's obstructing that light, you're not getting the light to where you're trying to get it. And it makes it more difficult to see in there. It slows down your getting stuff done or seeing imperfections and stuff. Kind of like when I'm working on this. If I don't get this in the right light and the angle, I can easily not see what I'm trying to see, and then think something's good and it isn't because the light angle's not right. I mean, I don't got the greatest eyesight either, but so just taking the time and being thorough, I think, is the key to this kind of thing. Just doing like automotive stuff in general, you know, you gotta just attention to detail. I like just I prefer just doing it on like at home and stuff, kind of like what I'm doing here. If you're like in a shop kind of thing, I feel like you're just being rushed too much, and you can't take your time like I'm doing here. You don't get that luxury in those things. And that's what made it like feel like it wasn't that enjoyable, like you're working like that. This is my opinion, though. I mean, when you get better at stuff like that and you've done it so many times, then I guess you can go super fast and it doesn't bother you really. But if feel like you're at home just doing this, and it's kind of a more of a one-off thing for you, you're not doing like hundreds of vehicles every week. Because I thought it was great when I was working in shops, and then when I'd get home, I had my own stuff to do, and I was so burned out I didn't even want to bother. I didn't even want to work on my own stuff because I was all burned out from the week of doing it under pressure, you know. Like you'll be in there and they got like, I don't know, 6, 7 bays, 8 bays, 10 bays in there in the garage, and you're working on 3 or 4 different cars at once sometimes. And some of the customers come in and you know, they're waiting out there and impatiently for you to get done. You know, sometimes you have like 3 or 4 waiters all at once. It's kind of crazy. Definitely a little different than just doing it at home, that's for sure. And I like to try to take the stress factor out for me. Like for example, like when I'm doing this at home, how's it going, No Namer? Good to see you again. Um, like this van here, I got this torn apart. You know, it's down to the cylinder heads out and everything. They're at the machine shop. Oh, this popped out. Um, I have other vehicles to drive in the meantime while I'm doing it. You know, and that's the key to taking the stress factor out for yourself. You're setting yourself up for a lot of stress and heartache, and if you're trying to do like a head gasket job and it's your only car, you need it for work on like a couple days, you know, it's probably not going to be that quick unless you have like a auto parts supplier chain right there in your hands and you got unlimited budget, I guess, possibly. But you know, and if you're like a master tech, you know, like genius kind of thing. I know some stuff about this stuff, but I'm not like that kind of thing. I'm not like the best of the best or anything. I don't claim to be either. But I think the main thing is I just try. I try to do best I can. And then I will make mistakes occasionally, and I'll point them out, and I'll leave them in the comments on videos. Like I have distributor setting timing. I didn't realize that off the harmonic balancer, there's 2 marks on this van. There's a first one and a second one. The second one is what you set the timing off of for cylinder number 1, top dead center. I didn't realize that. So when I stopped at the first one and it says it's going to be pointing at cylinder number 6 and you're supposed to be at cylinder number 1. But I figured that out and I wrote that in on my videos that I had about it. So that way things wouldn't be like that. No, I'm not gay, man. Are you? Thanks for commenting. Oh, okay. Let's get in with the comments. Or here. Okay. I was always told keep my mouth shut and ears open. Never be scared to ask for help or a hand. I always listen to people when they're trying to tell me something on a different way to do a job. Yeah, you can learn a whole lot if you're just uh, willing to learn and you know willing to accept when you don't know stuff and be willing to learn things. I've learned a lot about just realizing I might not know the best ways, and be willing to learn new things that could possibly help. There's better ways to do things than what I think, and there's so many different people with all different types of backgrounds that can probably learn from. 1 second, I'm gonna change out these gloves here. We get ripped a hole in them ones. I know I'd be watching videos sometimes here on YouTube, and there's somebody working with a glove that's all ripped up, and I'm thinking, why is he not changing it? It's more of a pain to try to change it sometimes. So I do it myself. I'm like, yeah, if I wasn't having you guys watching what I'm doing right now, I probably wouldn't care. But it's like it gets kind of annoying watching somebody with a ripped glove going for a while. So no one is the best as long as you do your best. That's all that matters. I agree. And then I'm willing to write down comment and put down in the description of these videos, and or I could do like a voiceover on these videos talking about going through stuff when things come up, sharing the knowledge, and so way possibly you could avoid the same problems I ran into. If that helps somebody, that makes me happy. Yeah, man, when you don't know, just ask. I've seen it before. People too scared to ask and end up breaking parts with a simple hey can help. Yeah, exactly. Like, especially like when people are talking about things, I notice, like, even if it's not automotive related and they're talking about something I've never heard of, I'm not afraid to be like, hey, what does that mean? It goes a long ways to instead of pretending you know what they're talking about. I used to be shy like that and not want to speak up about it, but it really will help you if you're, you know, not afraid to ask, a question if something doesn't make sense. We learned a lot of that like that in college and the army too. There's no stupid questions, Well, to a certain extent, unless they're like a troll. That's a different story though. How's it going, Reiner? I think I said your name right. That we got most of the paint. Then we got these little appendage things that coming off of it for the hose attachment spots. You saved yourself $300 by asking my dad how to take the aircon off without doing any aircon pipes for when I had to take the engine off. Wait, what's an aircon? I think I've heard of that term before. That's just like a good example of like asking, kind of corny and cheesy, but it gets, if you don't know what something is, and it's good to know, just ask. It kind of sounds dumb not to ask because you're pretending to know about what somebody's talking about, and you don't even know what they're talking about because you didn't ask. Oh, the air condenser. Is that what you're talking about? Air conditioner? Yeah, because I saw when I had to do I always mix up the condenser and the evaporator. I know what they are on the vehicle, but I just mix up the terms. So the part that's like where the radiator goes for your air conditioner, The shop wanted to charge $1,000 to put to change out that thing, and then put air conditioner, refrigerant in the system for the 98 Expedition. I went down to Napa and just got the part for $200 and the refrigerant for like $60 or whatever. Because it took quite a bit of refrigerant. I think like 5-6 cans of R134A. And I got the, I got the vacuum pump and I got all the stuff. Like, yeah, $1,000 for that stuff, dude. He wanted 1,000. I did it for like 260. And I didn't even have to. According to the service information, you had to take the radiator out for some reason. You didn't have to. You didn't even have to drain the coolant. There's like 2 bolts holding the evaporator. I think that's the evaporator or the condenser. Every time I look it up, I always forget the term. It's like I have to just like keep repeating it in my head or something to get it down in my head. But the one that goes where the radiator goes, that's the one I just changed out. And I can't believe they were trying to charge $1,000 to do that. That's insane. It took like 15 minutes to do. It wasn't hard at all. So after seeing that, I was like, oh, I better just start buying my own tools and just doing this stuff at home. Like, I already know how to do all this stuff. I just needed the tools. And I had the workspace. Now I got this little garage here. It's not the biggest garage or whatever, but it's better than a lot of stuff I've had before. And, better than working out in the driveway with no garage. Yeah, having the knowledge, yeah. Because that's how I ended up having that Mazda truck fall in my lap. Because the guy knows I know how to fix it. And I guess he just wanted to give it to me instead of having me work on it. Because he wasn't even going to keep it. He was going to gift it to a friend that lived in North Dakota. And they just decided it wasn't worth the hassle to come and get it for him. So he saw me at church and just said, hey, I'm not going to bother to have you work on it now. I'm just going to give it to you. It's yours. I'm like, you sure you didn't fall in? Yeah. Like, you sure you didn't just have something going on with your brain? He's like, no. He's like, he's like, praise the Lord. He's like, God just put it in my heart to give it to you today. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. I'm like, let's go get it now before you change your mind. You know what I mean? That's his words, not mine. That's what he wanted to do. Like, I go to church. Like, I've known these folks for a bit, so it's good. It's good. Just having I never had somebody just give me a vehicle like that, so I'm pretty happy with that. It really is nice of him. Exactly, I agree. Super nice. So I'm like, yeah. So if you ever need anything done with your car stuff, let me know. Depending on what it is and whatever, probably let's do it for free. For free or next to nothing. Depending on what he wants me to do for him. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool how I just came across having a DW40, bro. Thanks for commenting, P&L. So I got gifted my car from my granddad, even though I had problems. I was still, yeah, because they didn't have to give me nothing, That's the thing, something a lot to be grateful for. It's something they just did on their own. I didn't beg him to give me this truck, I was supposed to do work for him on it. Okay, cool. It looks like I got it pretty much cleaned right down to the area except for this little patch. Get this crumbs out of here. It's not perfect, but hey, it's better than it was. Figure might as well get all this stuff out of here while I'm here. Yeah, my first vehicle I got gifted to me from my brother when I first got my license was an '87 Volkswagen Jetta. Jetta. Yeah, I didn't pay a dime for it, so can you really complain when you get somebody gives you something like that for free? I didn't know how to maintain or nothing, or like keep it going or maintain it very well at all back then. I knew to change the oil, and that was about it. So what happened was the cooling system was all clogged really bad. It never had the heat working, and I didn't know why, back then. So we kept going with it until eventually the top radiator hose just like burst from the pressure buildup, and I didn't know to turn it off or anything like that. We just overheated it and screwed it up. Teenager thing. I was like, 16. When you don't know anything, all these things, it really does hurt, when you have cars problems. Yeah, I learned a lot of these things out of necessity. Like when I had my '98 Honda Civic back in 2016, the ball joint went out on it because I didn't know how to maintain that stuff, and it got stuck on the side of the road and like a fool, and the CV shaft broke and had to get towed. After that, I went and signed up to go to college for it. Then in 2018, I graduated from the associate's degree program there back in New York. So that's what prompted me to get to learn this stuff just out of necessity. I can't afford to take this stuff to the shops, and I don't know what they're even talking about if I don't know this stuff. So it's been good. A lot of stuff. You have to have a lot of tools and know what you're doing too. It's something that it just grows on you, and you just keep going from there. And there's some pretty cool things that are pretty rewarding about knowing this stuff. Like I probably wouldn't be doing this YouTube right now if I didn't know what I was doing about car stuff. So I guess there's that. They give you a good skeleton structure of what to do. You're not coming out like a best of the best genius about it or anything. At least I was. Maybe some of the people were, but not me. You know, it gets you familiarized with a lot of stuff. I guess the best way to put it. I had to install a clutch and make a clutch tool for my car. Saved thousands doing so. Oh, I agree. David Raker, how's it going? Thanks for coming. So I own 2010 Jaguar XF, and it's been a huge pain in the butt. Why do you say that? I have heard things about people not really liking many European cars. I guess the Europeans like their cars, but they're kind of biased because they're European. There is enthusiasts for that stuff around here. Like when I went to go get the cylinder heads work done in Colorado Springs a few weeks ago, just mapping out the shops. And so the shop I went to, I thought they were like a Chevy shop, and there was like all Porsches there. And the older guy, he talked, he's definitely European the way he talked. He's really nice. He's like, yeah, he'd definitely work on my vehicle if it was a Porsche. He doesn't do Chevys. Real good guy. They got really good ratings, but you just have to have a Porsche for him to do your stuff, and you probably gotta have a lot of money. Because I know that stuff does. They don't just give those cars away. Oh, what's going on? What's wrong with this? I can't get. Oh, you're talking about the Jaguar. Okay. Knew how to work on it, but you don't. Okay. Can't get rid of the coolant leak. Head gasket replaced. Radiator also replaced. What have you? Water. Well, what you can do for that kind of thing is if you can try to clean up the engine bay somewhat. like at least wipe up all the leaks with a rag, and you can try to figure out where the leak's coming from better if you got like a clean slate type of thing. These little crumbs of paint. Man. There, we got that one. Just about got all this off of here. It's just this little specks here. Ah, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Because that paint's just not going to stick good to this stuff. It's going to be where it starts bubbling up. If it was going to bubble up, that's be the spot where it would. I got a good chunk right there. I don't got any sandpaper. Not anymore. I used it up. I haven't bought any in a while. Since I was like, I don't remember what I even did with it last time. It's been a while since I've had sandpaper. Probably should get some. Yeah, I think sandpaper would definitely be good to get this kind of, just like all the way around in general. Like, get the surface looking nicer. Get coolant cap. How fast of a leak are you going? Or is it not leaking externally? It might be internally losing it through like a head gasket. Because my truck, the 98K 1500, was having a coolant leak like that. It wasn't actually an internal leak though. It was on the back side of the passenger side bank of the V8 305 engine. I got some of these coolant tabs that I put in to just kind of band-aid it until I can get a chance to do the head gaskets on it. I'll show you. I have a package of them here. They seem to work pretty good. I learned about them from a friend when I was still in college. Because he had an O2, I think it was an O2 Jeep Liberty with the, what engine they had? 3.7 in it. And that thing had a bad head gasket leak. And he had to drive it every week from the college to home, which is about 90-mile drive. He lived like on the border of Vermont. And where college is like in mainland New York, up near the Canadian border. So that thing, those little tablets got him through with that vehicle. It had a bunch of weird, they had misfires going on too, pretty bad. Needed stuff. Pretty sure he didn't get it. Yeah, I think he traded and got like a different truck. When you live in the Rust Belt areas like that, the corrosion and it messes with a lot of the wiring for your vehicles as well. Like rusts out the ground strap. This rots out all the electronics, as well as the frame and everything else. So that's another part that sucks up there. He had the 3.7, Jeep Liberties. I'm pretty sure they haven't made Jeep Liberties in some time now. But that seemed to be the vehicle that I had to keep working on all the time. Same with the PT Cruisers when I worked at the Dodge dealership. I had a ton of those. Jeep Liberties. And they got the 3.7 V6 in them. I think I almost got all this paint off of here. As long as I look at it with my eyes closed, it's good. I think we got this part here. Oh. Fuel injectors. Yeah, what vehicle are you talking about? No namer. So David's got the AJ133 5-liter V8, not naturally aspirated. That's what NA is. Okay, yeah, I think he explained. When I hold it at the certain RPM. Okay. No turbo, no super. Okay, yeah. You need a turbo. Oh, getting that engine all good and going and running right would be good with a turbo. You don't want to put a turbo on something that's like on its deathbed already or not getting the maintenance it needs. But I hear you there. More power is better. I get where you're coming from though. Get this thing. Get a little more area to move if I get that cap off. Like I said, I'm going to go through this with the shop air. Blow out all the crumbs and debris. But preferably you don't want to get any of these crumbs inside this thing to begin with. I'll have to look up what a diesel Terracan looks like. They don't have those here in the US, I believe. I've never heard of a Terracan. I've heard of Hyundai. Hyundai, how you call it. Yeah, we don't get the cool diesel stuff here. Not nearly as many options for that stuff here in the US, unfortunately. Has potential fuel injector problem, I reckon. I can get 20 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers before they go. Okay. God Jesus. How's it going? Thanks for coming. What's up, X? Good to see you. No name. What's WSG? Oh, what's good? Okay. I didn't know that. What are you talking about, Goth Jesus? Get that last bit of paint out of here. But we got that. If you're still in here, X. We got the deep pinning tools and the terminal pin selection set thing for the truck here for doing the stereo. So that's coming up here real soon. See if we can get power to the head unit. Yeah, I don't know if you were tuned in on that before or not. That's what I was wondering. That's the stereo where we figured out that the whoever worked on it before, whoever owned it, somebody wired up the stereo power wire to a they tapped into the power from the radio to power up a light bar. So my radio didn't have any power going to it. And we took out a big like junction of like relays and wires, aftermarket stuff out of the engine bay and took it off of the battery positive post. There was a whole bunch of stuff in there that wasn't hooked to anything because I took it out. I'm like, I don't want this stuff in here. I have my radio working, you know. And then when I first got it, the person did like they had the torsion bars maxed out, like the keys. So the thing was like riding terrible, and it was wearing the tires out all weird because they wasn't even aligned right either. So it was like screwing up the tires. Oh, okay, you heard me mention it. Yeah. Okay. So that's coming up here soon. Just trying to get this bits of paint off of here. I think a wire brush will be good for this spot. I think I got that. That's where that drill will come in handy. I just had it here. I think it's up on the toolbox. One moment. Yeah, here it is. Here we go. This little bit right here. This little area looks perfect for this kind of thing. I think one of those like bench grinder wheels would be nice too. I've been meaning to get one of them as well. Try to. It's working. All right, I'll catch you later now, Nana. If you're still here, thanks for stopping in. Kind of polishing it up pretty nice. I like that. As an added bonus, is hopefully gets off any of those paint remnant shit too. Let's take a look at it now. That looks pretty good. There's still some paint chip things behind here. We'll give it a little bit more of that, and then we're gonna go ahead and get the phosphoric treatment out for it. Phosphoric acid. Follow the directions on the bottle. Let's get some more of this though. This looks like it could use some more. I think I saw some more paint chip stuff back here. Looking pretty good. I think it's ready. Maybe if I could try to get the wire wheel down in this area a little bit, and then I'll send it. Okay, I can't really get in there. I think I got wire brush that might fit in there. Or we can try cleaning up with some of this, I guess. We could do the acetone. Do this first and then the acetone. So this is the power wash that I have here. We'll wipe it out down. Then we'll do the acetone. And then we'll do the phosphoric acid. And this stuff smells pretty good. No. Dawn heavy duty power wash. Get a lint free clean rag. I'm just gonna get some paper towels though. I think that's better. I don't really have any good rags left. So if you guys just tune in, this is the stuff that's going to be used to, like, this is like a, does what it says on the bottle pretty much. I get the light on it for you guys. In here, crap under there. So I got a little used old Windex bottle. We're gonna use that for the spray bottle. So there's all the directions on it. We're gonna follow the directions. Oh, that comes after we wipe this down and whatnot. That's what's coming up real soon. After the acetone. Red oxide primer. Okay, I got self-etching primer coming. It's not quite here yet. I think it's supposed to be here today. Some of the automotive self-etching primer, I think it's called. Get my arms over this way. See, when I do some super cleaning with this Dawn stuff, you can see the areas where it's like scale or something weird. Probably better if you can see, huh? Get the light in here better. You see down more towards the bottom, we got some gunk that's kind of stuck there. We'll go over that and clean that part better. Get in this area too. Just gotta get a skinny part and stuff it in there. Oh yeah, that looks better. Looking better. Getting all like the oily residues and such off. Then it's showing me the areas where there's still little bits of paint. There's like this around this rim. I'll go around it with this little screwdriver. And then just at the bottoms. Then after that, it looks good to go for the next steps. You know what I mean? It will stop that rust. It's also a thick primer, so it'll fill in scratches. Lightly sand between coats and right before paint. You'll achieve best adhesion if you sand right after drying. Oh, okay. I'd have to give me some sandpaper. Like what grit level grit would you suggest? X. Okay, so That's my train of thought here. Let me wipe it down a little bit more. I might have some of that, but I think I got this. This might be what you're talking about. Let me show you. So you think that's better to use than the self-etching primer? Is this the stuff? I'll get a better view of the can. One moment. One moment here. I'll find stainless steel wool. That's a good idea. I don't know if this is just primer. It's called primer. It might not be what you're talking about. But then we got the self-etching primer coming as well. So yeah, down here on the bottom, little rim, there's this little bit of scum still there, like paint scum or rust scale or something. Rust scale. That's not paint. It's like bubbled up rust scale. Yeah, it had like the little dust cloud from that little bit of rust that I just poked with the chisel. So that's all rust scale. I'd say it's about ready for the acetone. We'll just do this little bit right here, and then we'll do the acetone. I think we'll rig this up, hung up off of something suspended. I think zip ties is what I'm going to use because I don't think I have much else to hang stuff. I don't think I have a coat hanger, unfortunately. I might have a remnant of one out here. We'll check. We'll check for that first, and if not, we'll use zip ties. Because I think I made one for like a makeshift drain snake I set out back here in like a scrap metal pile, like a bunch of radiators are sitting there. But I think that's how good it's gonna get for until we. Oh, there's this little bit of some paint remnants here behind here. This little collar. Try to get it. It's hard. It's hard to get in there. Some of this little remnants here. It's probably not going to be perfect, but we can try to get as close as we can. See, I thought we got all this. And we even went through it with the wire wheel. You see that wire wheel is just not abrasive enough, unfortunately. Or even putting that fine stainless steel like on a... I had to do something like that before. Like put on a dowel and then put on the drill. Oh, okay. Is that what that's for? Okay. That's good to know. So you think this primer is better to go with that? After we go with this OSPO. And the black paint I got, I'm not sure if that's got primer in it as well. Well, I got the high heat paint. I think I was going to go with high heat paint instead. But I have that already. I have both. I have regular paint, black paint, high heat paint as well. black high heat. This little bit was still high in here. I think I got some Scotch Brite. That might get this where we want it to be. Getting these last little bits out. Oh yeah, we got these in too. You guys are just tuning in. We finally get those LED headlights going on here on the van. These are that relay wire setup that I've been talking about getting. I finally got it. Amazon finally shipped it. Like I was trying to get them to ship it. Also, we got this in yesterday for fixing the wire loom convoluted tubing on the van. Some of it was like dry rotted horribly. 1 inch diameter. Same diameter that's on the van. Some of that stuff was just so badly damaged, you just touch it and it crumbles to dust. So I figured to get some of that. Trying to get that Scotch Brite, so I had a whole pack of them I put in here. Yeah, it's time to clean in the garage coming up again too. Yeah, I think they're right here. Well, these are the terminal pin connectors we're going to be using also on the truck, like this whole set. Then we got the tools for taking them out too. Here's the paint we're going to be putting on it. So these were those tablets I was talking about that kept that Jeep Liberty running. And then I put these in my cooling system for my 98K 1500 because it's got that small leak of the coolant outside of the cylinder head. So basically, just pretend that this gasket here is on my truck on the passenger side bank. This came off the passenger side bank of the van here. So right at the back, let's say this is the back. There's coolant coming out. I'll try to get it so visually you can see it better. So there's coolant coming out the outside, not into the inside. So there was a small, like, just slow drip, and I was losing coolant over time. So I put these tablets in there. You can bust them up with like a hammer and put them in your cooling system. Don't put too much, but I guess for like a V8, you put like at least 2 packs of these if you have like a losing coolant issue. And it's not guaranteed to work depending on what kind of leak you got either. So, just take that, you know, if it's something, it's just something to help until you can get it fixed right. It's not a permanent solution, guys, Okay, good idea. Yeah, when in doubt, read those labels, right? And then for the 300 grit and 220 on the first coat. Thanks for that. That makes sense. So it's not something. This things are just handy to have in case you need something to get you by. I like having them for that. So until I get a chance to actually do the head gaskets on my truck, that's what's holding the coolant and it's keeping the level up where it's supposed to be. I'm trying to find the Scotch Brites. I think I might be in the house somewhere. But anyway, I found a wire brush. We can use this. This one's more abrasive than that wooden one I got, the wood handle one. So there's some area with paint. Well, this area's got paint. There's like a little bit of paint on this rim right here. But helping, like cleaning it up, like we just did a little while ago, helps to highlight these areas that aren't clean yet. Yeah, when in doubt, read that label. Exactly. And that's basically going to get you so it turns out like it's supposed to. That's why the directions are there. Sometimes they're tedious and really long and drawn out. But that's for the people that, you know, don't know what they're doing kind of thing. If you've already done it enough and you can paraphrase it down to a lot of times it's like, you know, it does help. Read those directions, you know. Really, they don't put them there for no reason. This area is a little tricky with that little lip on there. Yeah, that paint stripper would be nice in this spot. That aircraft stripper is really cool. It just like dissolves it like goo. I used it on a toolbox before when I was repainting it. This stuff's nasty, stinky stuff. Kind of pricey too, if I remember right. It works good though. Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree. We're just trying to get our best we can. It's just that those little tight areas. It's pretty good though so far. I think it's about ready to start doing it to the point where about as good as it's gonna get kind of thing. This little rim here I can get though. Okay, chemically treat it. Now what do you mean by that? Like with this asphalt stuff, is that what you're talking about? I think I'm just gonna go ahead and wipe it down with the acetone and we'll call it good. And then we'll go ahead and do the asphalt stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll get the acetone out. Here. All right, we'll get the acetone. Here's what we got right here. Get fresh paper towel for it. Some paper towel. Okay, then we got the seal. That's good. stuff's basically nail polish remover, if you're not familiar with what acetone is. So I smell right away when I get this thing out. Okay. Here we go. That GM stuff is good. It's vegetable matter based. What GM stuff? I don't know what the context was, what you were just talking about. Subaru coolant conditioner. What is that? Is that stuff to like protect your head gasket stuff? Because I know those Subarus have the head gasket issue. So that's just acetone we just put on here. Cleaning the metal up. We're gonna actually paint this thing. Try to get down all these nooks and crannies. Try to get it as clean as we can. The better this paint job will turn out. This stuff evaporates pretty quick too. And this back side. That looks really clean. Yeah, that stuff's good. Oh. Okay, now let's go step outside. Get this ready for the asphalt. So I just have to take that hose clamp off of that. That's why that's sitting there. So we got this area here. We're gonna have it hung up there. Gonna rig up something to get it. Let me get some fresh gloves. We got a whole new one. So we're about to use this stuff in a spray bottle. I just got to transfer spray bottle. Show. So it's phosphoric acid solution, and we'll follow the directions on it. And we'll put that on after we elevate it and hang it up. Get a sip of this coffee here. We'll get started. Alright, so we got this old Windex bottle we're going to use. Spray bottle. Get any residue out of it. Okay. So let's transfer some of this over. Make sure I'm in frame. Right here's in frame. This stuff was really hard to find for actually getting it shipped right to me. I hadn't managed to find it on Amazon for 50 bucks shipped. All these other places wanted crazy like 78 or 70 bucks or like 100 plus with shipping for some reason for this stuff. It's probably got like a hazmat thing or something. Who knows? I got it here for 50 bucks. So I can live with that. Or they'd only sell you the quart size bottle also. So this is a gallon. That out of here. We'll try to do this carefully so we don't use a funnel. I think it'll be okay. Yep. There we go. And we'll cap both of these so we don't tip anything over and spill it. If I remember right, this stuff's got a funk smell to it, so we'll see. We gotta elevate this project up too, and we grab some zip ties and zip tie it to this target hanger thing, this metal rack, whatever. Not a zip tie, but 550 cord. This will work. Okay. Just so we can get this most elevated, that kind of thing. So it's not rested on stuff. You know, that's the main thing. We can adjust this somewhat. Sounds like a wind chime, kind of. Okay, let's see if I missed any comments. Yeah, it's the women. Yeah, women are painting their fingers with that stuff. I smell that stuff all the time here too. My wife's always doing her fingernail stuff. Okay. So okay, try the Subaru coolant conditioner. I'll have to check it out. I know they had some stuff going on with their cylinder heads. Those 2.5 liters from about, I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about Subarus. Uh, I know they got the head gasket issues on some of them. So they developed it to seal their head gasket leaks that were common. It's a brown liquid, looks kind of like the GM tablets. Okay. Yeah, the GM tablets is the ones I showed. So I know those were good. Those are worth getting my truck going still. So here we go. Let's read the directions real quick here. So directions for use. OSPO is a balanced formula of phosphoric acid, dichromates, wetting agents, and extenders. OSPO is environmentally safe and non-flammable. OSPO seals out moisture and prevents future rust from forming. OSPO can also be applied to just about any rusted or steel surfaces, including vehicles, trailers, fences, iron rings, sheet metal, outside tanks, lawn and farm equipment, marine applications, marine vessels and equipment, burner stoves, metal roofs, window trim, steel supports, coins, and more. OSPO is primarily used for bare metal applications. OSPO is not compatible with water-based paints. So I gotta make sure I'm not using water-based paint. I don't think I am. OSPO is recommended for use under all oil-based primers or paints. Test trial samples before using epoxy or other paint systems. Okay, a paint job will lasts much longer after application of asphalt because of subsequent paint coatings attach themselves so tightly that moisture and oxygen cannot attack the metal. Asphalt is water thin and therefore covers a larger area than paint. It goes on easily. For best results, use asphalt at temperatures no lower than 45 degrees. Okay, we're good on that today. Excess dew and humidity may prolong drying time, causing a reoccurrence of the drying process, resulting in powdery buildup. Okay. Spray equipment should be flushed out with water after using clean brushes with water. Avoid spreading asphalt on adjacent areas such as concrete, masonry, and stonework, as it will etch/bleach almost immediately. Well, I don't really care about these cinder blocks, so that's okay. So, it's a coating and not a paint. Get rid of the paint. We got a whole bunch of stuff they wrote on it. So I guess just put it on there and let it dry. Okay, here we go. Cleaning etch and metal. Also could be used to clean etch metals. Then coat. Let it stand for approximately, okay, that's what we're looking for. 30 minutes or until metal is etched. Then flush off with water. Avoid damaging adjacent areas. Okay. So for regular, then stuff about galvanized. We don't have galvanized here. All right, so gives you a little rundown on what that stuff's all about. Okay, so here we go. Let me make sure I'm pointing at it. Oh, I have to put something on this. I'm gonna put this. I'll put this glove and stuff it in the hole, and I'll cap the other end. I don't want that stuff inside it. Let me grab those caps and put it on it. But give me a little refresher on what the asphalt stuff's about. I haven't used this stuff in like 10 years. So here we go. Let's read the comments before I get started in case I miss anything important. Okay, rim cleaner. Oh, this stuff sounds like rim cleaner. Is that what you're saying? Here we go. Try to get all the surfaces covered. And it starts to make a little fizzle thing on it. It starts to foam and fizzle. Kind of like hydrogen peroxide kind of thing. I guess the best way to kind of put it. Oh, it's kind of funky. It almost smells like a vinegar smell. So let it stand for about 30 minutes, then rinse it with water. I gotta get to the bottom too. That looks good. I think we got a good coverage on it. Let's see what we got in here. Yeah. We'll get the water spigot on it. So we'll give it about the half hour. So now, let me put this bottle away. We're gonna go ahead and start going at that stereo again on the truck. And we got this stuff here in the laptop to go for the wiring diagram stuff. And we got these tools that we were lacking before. Depinning tool set, then set. And the truck's right over here. So let's go to it. There's the Mazda. Get the windows down. This thing's starting to get hot here.
yeah, I gotta chase down that blower issue. I got a little more info about what it could be. But what I was talking about was this is when you turn whenever the thing's running or just powered up, even though this is in the off position for the blower, it's always like slightly running. So I was told it has like a power feedback issue or something's wrong in the circuit apparently. And we'll look more into that coming up, but we're here for the radio right now. I'm gonna pull this out here. So I got these all wired up and then labeled. It looks like a mess, but it's a controlled chaos type of mess. So this is the wire that was put in wrong. It's in the wrong spot. And I have wiring diagrams in the computer. Let me go grab this and we'll get started. We got the terminal pin set and the de-pinning set. So that's where we're going to get a chance to try out the de-pinning tool. Because this yellow one's supposed to be pinned and put into the back of this. No, not this part here, but it plugs into there. Here, this pin. See, I was trying to do it with a paper clip and failed. Okay, so we're gonna try to do this right with the right tools this time. Blower resistor fail, you think? How's it going, Miles? Good to see you. Thanks for commenting. You're probably right. I think that's what the guy I was talking to about it was suspecting as well. I think you're right. So let me grab my computer and we'll start going at this. And I got the wiring diagrams on. That's why I'm grabbing the computer and any other research purposes. All right, here we go. Wiring diagram and the laptop here. Oh yeah, on that Yeah, we got to do a little repinning on some of these. That's what we're doing. Well, here's our wiring diagram for the truck itself. Okay. All right. Get this stuff going here. So let me open up the computer. Get that fired up here. Well, at least we got the right tools now for the job. That's going to help a lot. Because it's like the pretty good sized kit for the deep hitting tool I got here. So, once we push this computer going. Here we go. So, comes with all these different little, looks like little keychain looking things. So these should it should be the right set we need, because we can get started right on this part, because I know there was some rem, or that clip was still in there, but they got detached because it didn't come out clean. So right here, we'll zoom in a bit. So right here, now I haven't used these tools yet. If any of you guys have in the comments, go ahead and chime in. I'd appreciate it, about how to use these correctly, if you know what you're doing. So I'll zoom back out a little bit. Okay. Okay, nice. It's all like right on a keychain. Convenient. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do, is check the blower motor resistor. I guess I looked it up, and it's just right in the above the glove, in the glove box, right above the air box, HVAC box area there where the blower is. It's right on top of the blower, pretty much. I'll have to add that to get for the shopping list coming up. So let me pull up these wiring diagrams. Okay, so this area here, how's it going, Young Fong? Appreciate you commenting and watching. So what we're gotta do is get this boogered up terminal pin connector out. I can take this right off of the harness so I can have more length to it. Let me do that now. There we go. Okay, now we can get it closer for you guys to see what I'm doing. So this back side, that's boogered up, and that has to come out and change the connector to a fresh one. We got a pack of fresh ones right here. So we're gonna try out this little terminal removal kit thing here. Guess what makes logical sense to me is just to go through with the tool and see if it fits and try it. Looks like it goes through the back side or the front. Whoops. So it looks like it's going to be a skinnier one, like probably like one of these type. So I'm kind of learning as I go, or I'm doing this kind of thing right here. So got to start somewhere, right? So I've got a bunch of these different packs here. Just got to find the right one that fits right. There's like about five of these packages. And then we got the terminal pin cable, like for the new piece that to replace the one we're taking out. I'm gonna get all these packs open right now. Basically go through it and see what, keep going through until we find the tool that fits right. And use that one. I think that makes sense. So here's this pack, this pack. It's a bunch of these. Another pack. At least it comes with this case. You can keep them all in a centralized location. Less likely to lose them or do anything stupid with them, you know what I mean? Good idea. First step, yeah, getting these all unwrapped so you can actually utilize them. Okay. Alright. So it's a little more complicated, I'm assuming, to get these out if you already boogered it up. Oh wait, there's like little pusher tools. I think these are the ones we're probably looking for. Because that's like what I was thinking about when I did this the other day. This little red one might be the one. So it's this one that's all disconnected and broken. Okay. Alright, not a fan of that one. It's broken. It's Chinese, you know. Okay. So that one broke it. Amazon for the win. Or sarcastic there. Just gotta be really careful jabbing these in here. Because what we're trying to do is let those little pieces to let go to get it out of here. Seems easier said than done. I think this is the wrong key stack, so we'll switch to a different stack. We'll put that one down there so we don't keep grabbing it. Let's keep going. This one looks like it might be a possible. Let's try it. So there's like in there, they were trying to engage those little lip. Okay, so if you look in here, let me get zoomed in more. If you look, see how the white one right adjacent, right next to the boogered up one. There's those little wings on it, is what they're called. People were calling it. So we'll go with that description term. We have to like get those engaged with like this little like fork type thing. We're gonna try that right now. And get my arm steady so it's not shaking. Because with it zoomed in a lot like that, it looks like I'm moving it a lot, but I'm really not. It just magnifies it a lot. Oh wait, we're putting on this one, not the other one. So it looks like I'm supposed to poke through like this thing, then probably try with the little rammer tool on the other end of it. Let's get the little rammer tool out. Because something has to disengage those little wings. Okay, yeah, that makes sense there, X. Those keys depress a pin that holds the connector on place, which prevents the terminal from pulling out. So yeah, so if you're depressing it, then it should be able to be pushed out with the little pusher tool. I think. We're going to test that theory. It's hard because I boogered up this one. And these little depressor tools don't take much just to break them, so you gotta be careful. It's like nothing to grip in there. Or it's hard to tell where. It uses a single pin. Okay. So one of the single pin type ones you suggested, huh? Like, what do you think? Something big like this or a skinny one? Should I just go right in the center or to the side of it? What do you think? I'll just start trying. Look at the replacement terminal to see where the little. Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, we got the pack right here. Did we get? Yeah, here's the pack. Here's the pack right here. Let's go through it. That's probably the best way to do that. It's good having the other sets of eyes and ears, and the feedback like that. So that's cool. Oh, it even comes with some of these little tools in it too. Let's zoom out a little bit and you'll see better. I try to. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to figure out what type was in here. Oops. So it looks like it's easier to see it from like the little sticker thing. Okay, there's a set of tweezers apparently. And an 18-pin needle extractor as well. See how these tweezers look if they can find them in here. Oh, there's the tweezers. Oh, that might be exactly what we're looking for. Probably handy to have. Set that aside. Okay. So these are plugs. Okay. So let's see which one looks similar to the ones we got. I think that's a good place to start. Because these look really similar, but they're not the same. So that's a good part to start, or place to start rather. So I'm gonna set this aside so I don't spill the tray. So let's take a look. So they're about like that. Let's try one of these. See if it looks similar. Yeah, so they all got these little wings on them that prevent them from backing out. Okay. I mean, it makes me think a similar thing like I know on the expedition when I did the fuel filter, taking it out, it has this little special tool to release it. And if you don't have that tool, you can never really get those wings to depress to get it out. It's similar to this. So we got these little tweezers. Let's see if we can reach in there and get anything with that. I'm gonna zoom in more. Okay. Yeah. Let's try that. See if we can even grab anything in there. I don't think so. Not from that end. Yeah. It's not so fun doing these pins like when you're just getting new to it. I think if I knew what I was doing more on these, it'd be, smoother for me, but you got to start somewhere. I mean, it's kind of nice that the plastic's somewhat translucent, so I can kind of see from the outside what's going on. Getting something out of here. I got gripping something. That's a good sign. Just doesn't quite grip it enough. Oops, my hand is in the way. My bad, guys. Not the biggest fan of this Amazon set. These tweezers feel pretty chintzy. I mean, they're thin enough. If they're a little bit more rigid, I could actually rip this thing right out. Like it's gripping, but it just doesn't have the rigidity like I think it should. I have to look through the camera to get it to see better because it's so tiny, it's hard to see. So I'm looking through the camera right now to do it. Oh. So it looks like It's hard to say because a lot of these terminal pins really look similar. Oops. Oops, guys, trying to get my hand out of the way. Looks like I'm getting some progress. I can see daylight through it now at a certain angle. Okay, it's not through there. Well, let's keep trying. Ow, I poked myself. I'm okay though. It didn't puncture the skin. Let's get the zoom back a little bit. Okay, let's try that. I'll try the tweezers again. That seemed to be one of the most efficient tools so far on this. Well, what we can do, that's just a speaker wire. I just remembered where we left off about over a week ago when we were doing this before. That's minor details right now. So what we can do is get this yellow wire into the correct place where it's supposed to go to begin with. So from here, this yellow wire with the fuse, the power wire, it's supposed to go from not being here. It's supposed to be over here into this wire with here, and with the terminal pin on it. And that's why we got this whole set of terminal pins right here. So we're gonna install a pin on it, or attempt to, right now. So I got to get my wire cutter / crimper stripper tool. Let me go grab it. Here we go. So up here, get this wire out here. Right about here. Okay. And we'll strip the outside of it. Like the 18 setting. There we go. Now we got to get the right terminal pin. So this has got a blank hole. Not this pin. The back of this thing right here. This other end right here. So right here, there's no pin installed. Right here on this little corner, that's where we got to put a pin. Into that yellow wire we just got stripped. So this will go into here. Whoops. This will go right into here in this corner. So we got to get our connector on it. So we got to figure out pin connector. Garbage here. There we go. We got kids, so you know it is what it is. We'll do like a little test fit and see what fits into this little hole, and then we'll just use whatever it does. This one looks a little too big. It might not be though. We'll make sure they're going in the right direction. This one looks wrong. It doesn't look right. I think the one over here looks correct, like right here on the diagram. That one. Or no, this one. No, that's not it. Because I saw what it looked like before I clipped it off and didn't think I needed it. But it was wired up wrong. So we did need it. We just didn't know it at the time. You know, this is how you learn sometimes. You just by doing it, you know. So let's see here. I guess we could go through and try to see what fits, and if it doesn't, we'll put it. Okay, this one doesn't look right. Process elimination, you know. I think this one looks pretty like a close fit. Let's try it. So this hole here, whoops. So the wire is going to come into it like this. Here's the wire from this side. And you would go ahead and attach it. And then let's see if it test fit it in the little terminal pin slot. With the male end going in first. Like the male end's right here where I'm touching. Looks like a fit. I think I'm going to go with that one. It's got a little index slot on this left side. Kind of hard to get it to focus. But on this left side, this is the left side over here, this way. Like two little pin slots that way. So if we face it that way, we'll test fit it that way. Yeah, it feels like that's... Hang on. Maybe not. It doesn't feel like it wants to go. So it might not be the right one. I think it's too big. Let's move down the line. That one, I don't think is right. We'll try it. You don't know until you try sometimes. That one's not right. Let's keep going. That one was too small, so we skipped that one. How about this one? This one looks pretty close. Possibly. No, it's too long. I don't think. No. Let's try this one. Oh, that's no. I think this one might be a match. Get it in there to test fit it. No, that's not gonna work. Let's keep going. I think this one looks pretty good. Yeah, because I recognize these little fins on it. The wings. Yeah, okay. It tried to stay in there. Let's gonna go with this one. Okay. So we gotta get our wire connected with this pin. Let's turn the thing over here now, since we got what we needed. Easier with the contrast. Looking this way. Oh. And we'll crimp it on. Get it lined up the jaws here. There, let's try that. Oh, that looks pretty good. I mean, the wire's all seated in there. I get this little end again. I'm gonna crimp on it, like double crimp it. 2 different spots on the end where crimpings happen. Oh. All right, that looks pretty good. Now let's attach it into the terminal pin connector area. Right here, and we'll try to make it neat and have it not like stuck over the parts that are like the other wires. So we're just gonna run it around them. Trying to, oops guys, trying to get it so you can see it. So here we go. Gotta put it the right way. There, that looks like that's going in now. Just gotta get it to bottom out now. Or actually go in first place. Okay, yeah. I see on the other side, it looks like there's a skinnier one that's kind of on it. I wasn't sure if there was any like that here though. Not sure. I can do. Try to put it in there, and if it doesn't go in, Looks like it will go if I trim the wing down a little bit. Slightly. Because it does look like the same size thing. It looks like the one in there is skinnier, and this thing's got the different end on it. So find that out as you go, kind of thing. Kind of, unfortunately. So let's see if there's one that's more appropriate. Because the end of these has the open end for the pin slide in from the harness. So this one's similar. I could probably even modify it. Probably just do that. Trim the wing down a little bit and open up the end of this connector, and then we should be good to go. I could just trim the end right off of it. Right here. Just the tip off of it. And then open it up so it will work just like the other ones were supposed to. So it can become a female end instead of a male end. There. Now it's a female end. We just have to bore out the hole a little bit more. And let's try this tool. Trying to just have to open it up a little bit. Because I don't think any of these pins really matched, honestly, in that kit. There's nothing like identical to what we had in this, from what I could tell. Because I went through just a little while ago and tried to see if we could get anything that was a good enough match, and I couldn't seem to. Wow, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty identical to what we got on this end. I think that'll work. See, guys? Maybe just a touch more gaped open. No, actually, it's about right. It's even squarish shaped, so I think that'll work. Now, we just gotta trim this little wing down a little bit. And these are Chinesium, so it's not very hard to do that. Let me get some side cutters out. I think that's what I could use. Because this doesn't have the cutters on the end of it. It's a crimper. The cutter's in here. So it's harder to get in there to get that precise cut. And we're going to try to get to about the same size as the other wings as best we can. Because we can see on this, if you look at the side, it's kind of translucent. You can see the little wing right there. And I'll show you the size of this wing. If I can get it right. Hang on, guys. Just got to turn it again. See, it's a little bit fatter. Okay. So we're just going to shave it down a little bit on both sides. It's got two wings. Then we're going to try to have it mimic what the other pins look like. So let me grab those side cutters, and we'll keep going. just had to get the charger on here too. I got these out for cutting the wings down. This should work good. So 1 second here, let's get this plugged in. We're back over here. Just gotta plug this in. Okay, so we'll trim this down. Here, this yellow one. Just have to trim the wing down just a touch. Then I'll leave the stream going. I just have to run down the street to get my daughter out of her pre-K. And we'll continue where we left off when I get back. It'll be about 5-10 minutes. Whoops. Once we get this wing trimmed down. See if we can actually get this stereo to work today. Hopefully. Just gotta peel the wing back a bit. Then we get the full surface area of it out. Then we can trim it. A lot easier to trim it from there. See, we got it to peel back. I can try to show it there. Okay. And we're just gonna shave it down. Attempt to. Gotta grab the other cutters. These ones are, I got these used off of eBay. They're Matco, but something's not right with like the cutter tip. So I got a good pair of Knipex ones, or Knipex, whatever you want to call it. Those are better. Make trip and grab that real quick, trim it, and I gotta take off and go get her. I figured we'll just grab these. I put the other ones somewhere. These are just like the Caterpillar Snap-on rebranded side cutters. These are really good too. This should be sharp enough for the job. Unlike those used Matco ones from eBay that need to be sharpened. They were a good deal though, so just not sharp enough and precise enough for this in their current state. Okay, this has to get lined up just right to the tip because it's slide the side of the tip cutter kind of strange angle. There we go. Got a solid cut. Doesn't take much to peel it back. And apologize if the Trying to get this on camera is kind of hard. That ought to work. So we'll do the other one when I get back. I just have to run down the street and go get her from pre-K. All right. All right. Well, I'll be back.
we're back. Nice Ford, thanks. And this Mazda here. Yeah, it's a rebranded Ford. If that's what you're talking about, or you're talking about the Expedition. So, all right, right before we started working on the electrical radio stuff, we just left off where we put the OSPO on this. So we just have to rinse it off with water now. So we're going to do that now to get the residue off per the instructions. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to get back to wiring in the stereo terminal pins. Here. Do a good rinse of this stuff. The water hose spigot. Then we'll hang it back to dry. Get a better stream than that. There we go. Looks better after I just did that on it. And then we'll hang it back up where it was. Continue. Then this thing can get the primer done to it. That should expedite the drying process, just being in the sun right now. And this is garbage from that bottle earlier. Get that done. Alright. Let's see if we can get these terminal pin connector to fit, because we had to modify it because it didn't seem like we had any actually the correct fit. Well, so we made one. It looks like it's gonna fit too. Okay, let's continue. So where we left off on this, right here, we trimmed one of these wings down, like that. And we just have to do the other side. I'll show you why we trimmed it here in a moment. If you weren't present for that part. I gotta get something skinnier in here. Okay, I got it. This metal's so flimsy, it's not that hard to bend it by hand. So let's go here. So see how that's fatter? And this side got trimmed already. So we're gonna trim this side now. Just a little shave job on it. That looks pretty good. Now let's test fit it and see if it works. So we'll bend the fins down. And mock it up. Here we go. This is where it's home supposed to be here.
So we're trying to get this. So the fins go like this direction. Just have to get that pin in there more. It looks like it's staying. Just have to push it, get it to bottom out pretty much. So we just have to get it like shaped. We use the crimpers to get it rounded more so it has less stuff catching on, hanging up on it and catching. Just crimp it down and make it more round shape. See if that helps. Okay, we got it out, so we can try to get this back part shaped better. So it'll fit, slide in better. Okay, doesn't take much. This metal's like really chintzy metal. So less is more on this kind of thing. So just, you know, we're just gonna be gentle, firm but gentle. Okay, we just need it to fit in that shape. That looks like the. We can try it. Try that. Let's go with that. So here's our pin connector. Then we got to make sure our fins are facing the same way as the other ones. Here we go. Kind of catching still. That fin might be a little bit too wide still on this side, possibly. Or just press them in, like push them in more, so maybe they won't catch. Unless you try to pull it out, because that's what they're for. It just seems like it's too fat. It just needs to. Just gotta crimp it some more. Just get it skinny enough so it'll slide in correctly, or try to. So we're gonna get more details on the backstory of that Mazda coming up here. So they said they had the title ready for me. They just had to sign it for the Mazda, that little Ford Ranger, rebranded Ford Ranger. So we're gonna, and then they're gonna get me more of a backstory on what was going on at that place, why it just got pulled and they didn't finish the job. Because I'm kind of curious myself. Okay, looks like that direction. I don't know, these terminal pins aren't very fun, guys. Whoops. I mean, this head unit wasn't the greatest head unit anyway. I almost feel like I'm just gonna get another head unit. I don't know about these pins. I think I just got a chintzy set. Unless you get the exact thing, you know what you need. It's hard to tell in this set. I'll keep trying. Or if anything, or yeah, that's what we have to do. Is we have to go through this harness. Pretty challenging to get these to work. You know. I think this thing's got a little bit of a bulge. I could try to crimp that down a little bit too. We'll keep trying to see if we can make it work. And if it doesn't, we'll opt for getting another head unit. Luckily, I mean, this is like the cheapest head unit they sell at Walmart, so it's not like it's the end of the world, you know? Oh, we're actually getting in there. It just takes quite a bit of force, I think. Ugh. I think I mashed it up into shape enough. And if I can get through with the plier or the crimper tool, something firm to just send it home, I think it might get there. Let's try that. Oh yeah, I think I just got more movement in there. Oh wow, it's almost gonna get. It's about, you can see it right here. It's about halfway down. That's as far as we've gotten. Close to we got so far. We might actually get it to work. Oh, takes a lot of force though. Oh yeah, it's getting closer and closer. Let's get a good grip right here and just drive it in. Try to attempt to. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's working, guys. Now we'll see if this actually will plug in and actually have current go through it to power up the radio. Yeah. It's pretty good because I had to modify that pin to make it like a female. It started out as a male, and I had to turn it into a female connector because couldn't find this set didn't have the exact identical connector of what I needed, so I had to like create one. So it looks like if we get that last little bit in there, it should be good to go. So we might be able to save this wire harness after all. We'll keep doing what we were doing. Get on here and just push it and drive it in. It takes a lot of force to put these in. And when it's at the right type, and you just make it work though. Just needs that little bit extra to go through.
being careful out also at the same time. I think it just needs a little bit more crimping down to shape and then sending it in. Gripping it on this part with the connector more because the wire is flimsy. This is more rigid. It's close. It's actually not that far away from being all the way bottomed out where it's supposed to be to mimic where the other ones are. So we're almost there. Probably like a millimeter or so more ish. I think that might do it. Let's check. A little bit more to go. Okay, we can see the progress we're at. You see this one is just slightly not up to where the other one is next to it. Just a little bit more to go. Then you can see this from this view. See how it's not quite there yet. Progress. I mean, hey, this is not bad for a male connector to begin with, and then we snipped off the end and made a female connector, then modified the wings on it because this wasn't the right pins in the set. So I think that's pretty cool. Let's keep going. Oh, it's just a smidgen back from where it needs to be. It's just a smidgen, guys. We're close. Just needs a tiny bit more. That next, we'll try another little push, good push for it. Let's try that. Let's do a mock-up and see if it plugs in. Okay, here we go. This goes into the head unit. Looks like, one moment. Doesn't like it so far for some reason. It's okay. Or is that? It's not bottomed out yet. Let's try it. There we go. I just needed a little more, a little more force. And then, so these are, this thing looks like it's wired up correctly for the most part. And then we just have to fix the feed wire on the truck itself, because that was tapped into that yellow that we just put into there because that was backwards and wrong. So we corrected that. So let's get over here and let me grab my light. It's kind of dark in this area. light. Looks okay. I'm gonna zoom it in some into the here so you can see the wires I'm talking about. I think that'll do. Okay. So this one is not powering anything, or it shouldn't be. Okay, it isn't. This was some crap left behind by the person who did the this wire here was whoever owned it before, whoever did something on this before, they spliced the power wire from this radio circuit onto this light bar. This is an aftermarket light bar. This one in my hands. This is not relevant. I already disconnected and took all that stuff out by the battery itself. There was a bunch of relays and wires and stuff by the previous person who did the stuff on this. So here's our yellow. I remember that being power feed. So it looks like I can pull this thing out because this wasn't supposed to be in here. I'm going to yank that out and then crimp down on the part that's still there. Because I was wiring it like a week ago or so. And then on that part, I was just going to clip this off. Or just cap it. I think we'll just clip it off. It doesn't need to be there. Okay. We could wrap that with the tape, the electrical wire loom tape we got. So it looks like that's all wired in the way it's supposed to be. So this technically, if everything's done right, this should be possibly ready to go. We'll try it with the key in it, and we'll go from there. I'm not going to get too high of hopes, but possibly we're on the right track here. Let's see what happens. Let's plug these in first, and then we'll see what happens. We'll make sure this is bottomed out. And if it's not getting power enough, it might just be slightly not touching the terminal pin because that thing is really hard to get in there. The one we just installed. So let's just try it. So put this here so it's not just wires and stressing the wires. Because if we can just get power to this, we're on the right path here. Then the rest of it's minor details compared to this part, in my opinion. Okay. All right, turn this light off. All right, let's try the key, and then we'll turn the power off. Nothing yet. I think we just got to mess with that power, the terminal. Mess with getting that terminal seated a little more. That'd be my best guess so far. Okay, let's get this back out, and then we'll continue trying to. Okay, set the. Okay, looks like you push it in and then pull back. Okay, there we go. Got that off. So, and then to have more, room for it to come out, we can take this off. So, main thing is we just have to go through and make sure everything's where it's supposed to be wired to, because we have 3 wiring diagrams for this thing, guys. That's why this stuff's all labeled by all these electrical tape things. So there's 1 wiring diagram for this actual harness that comes to the radio itself, the head unit. So the wires coming off of this whip from the head unit right here. Let me zoom back some. I zoomed it in because of
what we were doing before. Okay, let's try that. So this one goes to the head unit. We have the wiring diagram from that. Then we have the wiring diagram from the harness that goes to the truck harness itself. So then there's a wiring diagram from the truck itself, wiring diagram for the harness, and then the one that goes to the head unit. So we have to make sure they all match up and make sure all the connections are tight. So that's our next step right now. And then also making sure that terminal that we installed is actually getting a solid connection. And I'm having my doubts that it's not quite touching. Yeah, because take a look at this. It's just not sticking out as much as the other. So that could be the answer right there. I think our next step is to try to get this to be flush with the other ones if we can make it happen without breaking anything. So let's try to, these flies trying to bite me. I think it's the weirdest thing because when I used to live in New York, they had what were called deer flies there, and they look a lot different than what a house fly looks like. And then here they have the flies that look like a house fly, but they actually bite you because they had house flies back in New York too, but they don't try to bite you. These are like mini looking house fly looking things. So they bite you and they itch, they hurt. Kind of like they'll leave a big welt on you. A little different thing here in Colorado. So let me get the crimper tool. Try to get this thing better shape so we can just try to drive it in more. But the flies are crazy here about the biting you. I mean, it's similar to like the deer fly biting you. The deer flies are horrible there, especially if you're like just got done in or something. They'd be like swarming your head, or if you're sweating, they're like attracted to moisture. Along with the mosquitoes were bad there too. Mosquitoes aren't really bad here where I live in Colorado though. Just got to get it in there more without damaging it. So that's the thing we got to figure out. It's just got to go down just a slight bit more into that, to the area, because it's got, like you can see, it's just a smidgen more. I'm just gonna keep grip it and try to drive it through like I was doing before. Let's see if that does it. It takes quite a bit of force, so I have to push against something solid and then make sure I don't slip and bash my hand off something or cut myself. So yeah, it's really close. Let's try it. Trying to do with those flies trying to bite me at the same time. Whoops. We're good. We didn't hurt anything. We just got wet. Camera phone here. There we go. Looks like I got some progress on it, so it wasn't in vain. It's not quite enough to get us to the goal to the finish line. You know. I might have done something. No. Looks like it's starting to bunch up and not want to go in. It's getting all beat up, kind of looking. Or maybe I could stuff something at the end of it to make up the difference. Is what I'm starting to think. Maybe trim something down the same shape of that little square part so it can make contact with the other pin when we plug it in. Flies, man, they're terrible. I think I'll try that. Because like something like this, just transplant the end of it to make up the difference. I think that's the safest route I think of without trying to like butcher this thing, trying to drive it in more. Because it doesn't seem like it wants to go and it's going to start falling apart. And then I'll have to extract it and it's not going to be fun. One of them got my hand, bit me. So we'll have to keep going through these pins and see which one actually is about the same size flush as the others. Oh yeah, I think this is the pin we used. No, not that one, but they were a male part because they didn't even have a female part in this kit that was similar to what we needed. We had to modify a male one. We had to cut the end off and turn it into a female. Oh yeah, right there. So we'll cut the male end off. That's the same diameter. This is the same pin we used, same style. So we're gonna chop the end off it and make it a female. Okay, so when I did that, I have to open it up and turn it into a female end because it gets all crushed. I did that on the one that I stuck in there. So I use like one of these little tools here to get it to open up. Like there. It's got to go in that little end. Okay, we got it in. It doesn't take much to get this opened. Okay, we got it opened. Now we just have to make it like mimic the ones next to it. Because this was a male, we turned it to a female. Out of necessity because we didn't have any female ends like this here. That kind of doesn't. I guess that'll have to do. And we'll see about putting this in the end to make up the difference that we couldn't get through, if possible, right here. Okay, a little tricky. Like a cow down there is mooing like crazy. Huh. Just a little too wide. One moment. Better fitting here. Maybe this one. That one looks about the same size we need to begin with. Let's try that one. A little too fat. Yeah, that one after I chopped the male end off, it didn't want to. It just didn't entertain. Unfortunately, because these are just like really chintzy metal from Amazon. Wait a minute, this one looks like it might work. So it needs a square shape, not a big deal. You can make that, make it fit. I think this one looks the most similar, but then it's not when you look at it more. These are definitely a tricky thing to do when you don't have the exact right pins. This was a pretty good size set too, and it just doesn't seem to have the right size in it, unfortunately. I just need something to fill that little gap at the end, just to see if we're getting, if this thing will power up, you know. Oh, we got some comments here. How's it going, Dub Invasion? Thanks for commenting. Time to go on Divinely and get a new pin. What's Divinely? Or DigiKey? I've never heard of it, so yeah, please explain what that is, if you would, please. But it sounds exactly like what I'm gonna need, something like what you're talking about. Yeah, these pins just don't. It's like they're not the right thing I need. This one, it's just too wide, and it's circle shaped. I'll try to like crimp it down a little bit and then just shove it in there. Because we're just, it's actually, hang on. No, it's not. That was looking in the wrong spot. It still needs to go a little ways in. But what we can do is try to just shove it in a little more. And if it breaks, then I guess that's the way it is. If it breaks, then it's like, well, I'll just get a whole nother head unit. This is the cheapest one possible at Walmart, so it's not like it's the end of the world either. You know, it's just not like a super fancy one I got to practice on and broke everything. You know. Unfortunately, I find sometimes the way I learn things is by doing it. Sometimes it doesn't work, but I do find that I actually learned quite a bit by doing like that. Trying to figure if I can just get enough little piece of this metal or something. Maybe these wings I could shove in there just to make up the difference, so we can just see if we get power to this thing. Yeah, that might work. Trying to get it there for you guys. Yeah, okay. I got the little wings in there. If I can just trim it back and maybe attempt to, I'll try to bottom it out as much as I can, then just trim off the excess. Try that. It probably won't work, but we'll see. Okay. Didn't stay put long enough. These are super sharp and powerful, so that should have done the trick, but it just slipped out. It wasn't in there enough. I do like those pliers. Like they came from the Caterpillar dealer, and they're rebranded Snap-on ones. I think lots of people know that. Well, you're getting the same pliers you would get from Snap-on for like about a third of the price of Snap-on lists it for, and they are made. They're all made the same as the Snap-on ones. They got the same markings pretty much, except for the S marks on them. I love these. It was like a triple set or something, so it's pretty cool. I don't have any actual Snap-on branded ones at this point in time, but I got the rebranded Caterpillar ones. I mean, it's kind of like my Mazda truck over there. It's a rebranded Ford Ranger. You know, lots of companies do these kind of things. So I'm supposed to know more about that Mazda truck coming up here. Speaking about the Mazda truck, so the fellow that's is giving it to me. He's got the title ready for me. I guess I imagine I'm gonna see him there on Sunday at church, and I'll get more of a backstory on what's going on, why the timing job was never finished, and that kind of thing as well. So it'll give me more of an idea of what it needs and what's going on, or if he knows anything at all that I don't know, that I didn't already figure out by being in it. Okay. Oh, this is the silliest thing. This is getting this little bit of metal in there. I'm gonna look up here on this circuit part because that's where I knew stuff was weird too. Because I didn't go through it completely and make sure all the wires were right where they were supposed to be. So let's start that now. I'm gonna zoom in more for you guys. Our best effort, try to get there so you can see what's going on. Here's our wiring diagram for the stereo, or the, whoops, I accidentally ripped a piece off the bottom. That's the speaker section, so it's kind of hard to see. Hang on, let me get the light on it. I printed it off. I'll print off my phone, but it didn't seem to make the brightness right. I had to like kind of trash. So our main powers are up here on the top. If you can see that, I apologize. It looks terrible. So orange, yellow, and gray are our feed wires and ground. Or no, ground's black. Ground isn't on the top. That's all power on top. Okay. So we got a hot at all times, a hot and accessory or run, and then we got another hot at all times, which is through the fuse, and the fuse block under the left side of the dash. Actually, I don't think I checked that yet. I did check all the fuses under the hood last time we did this. We were working on this. So it's a good spot to look. So it's the 30 amp circuit breaker under the left side of the dash. Let's look there now. Good idea. Probably couldn't hurt. So that's going to be right here under where I'm sitting, where my feet were ish. I'll get above it. So let's try to take a look here. See what we got for fuses. Oh no, I think I looked. I think that's just relay stuff right here, guys. I know. I don't know if this stuff's aftermarket or something. With those connectors like that. This stuff. So interesting. Okay, that's good. It doesn't look like they messed with the airbag wires. Or these are these yellow ones with the orange. Those are the airbag stuff. What's this? This thing's just not connected. What that goes to. Huh. Interesting. I don't. If that was supposed to be fuses in here, or if somebody just ripped out a bunch of stuff. There's a couple relays at the bottom. So it said there's supposed to be a black 30 amp fuse, main fuse. Yeah, on Candy, how's it going? There's a few things labeled black with nothing in the slots. So I'll do more research on what that's all about right there. Hopefully that's not anything to do with that stuff. And I don't understand why it's saying there's stuff on the wiring diagram that is in that location. And I don't see a fuse box there. Like, a typical one with the fuses. Unless somebody, the person who had this vehicle before was up all in there doing something. Okay. So let's check this part and match it up with the diagram, make sure everything's good. So that seems to be solid. These wires seem to be connected like securely. So let's see what brown goes to on this diagram here. That's for the clock and the roof marker lamps, okay. And I have that connected to, I think that's wrong. I think I have the ground wrong. Because that's supposed to go to a black on here, on this wiring harness. I think that might be where we're going wrong. Or I think black's already done. Or I don't know what this black's to. There was just a black that wasn't connected to anything coming from this side. It's over here in like the HVAC vent area. And they were cut back pretty far. They didn't have much length to them, so that's why I used some of that wire that was from the aftermarket stuff to extend them out. But the original wire itself is actually the original color is right here. So that's a wider black wire. But if we already have a black off of this wire harness, the original wires, then that couldn't be relevant to it, is my assumption. Because that might be some aftermarket. That might be this might be the aftermarket ground to this crap here, this stuff. This right here. This was the power feed for that they tapped into the power wire of the stereo. Okay. So I'm assuming this looks like it doesn't look like it matches any of the sizes other than what this aftermarket stuff is. So I think that was the aftermarket ground. And I don't know why I hooked it to the brown. I think that doesn't go to anything. I think that's might be part of the puzzle that makes sense to me, because we already have the black. This stuff's all unmessed with here in this main harness. We already have a black into it, so we have ground, or we should have ground, unless further upstream towards the battery by the firewall something's going on in there. So that's what we were doing, was making sure everything on this harness was good. And if we're not getting it, then something behind in the hood area, in the firewall area, is what's going on. Is where we'd look next after all this stuff checks out. Okay. So we gotta make sure our orange, yellow, and gray is good. So let's see. Here's our orange. That's all good in the harness. So orange checks off. Okay. And then our yellow. Here's our yellow. That checks off too. And our gray. So all those are good. And then we had our black for our ground. Remember that too? Hang on. Ground is a black with a... Hang on a minute. Hang on. Let's clarify this diagram here. This area here. So our ground is a gray wire, it looks like, right? So if our power... No, it'd be black, because our power would be yellow. And the next one underneath is ground, so that's black. And our panel light would be gray. Okay, so we got to make sure our black's good then. So, coming into the harness, we have a regular black, no tracers, right here. Where my middle finger's moving, like thumb and middle finger area. Okay, so that's all. That checks out. So off of this thing, this should be getting the power and everything. So my next guess is... Wait a minute, what was this thing? We had another yellow coming in. So that's the other thing we could check at. What is this? Is this a regular yellow? I'll look at the diagram to see what that's supposed to be. Because it shows there's a... It's weird that they had like the yellow is like the same exact like color. It's kind of throwing me for a loop here. So our yellow power... Let's see what I connected it to. To yellow. Okay. Kind of confusing. At least all the terminal pins aren't all boogered up in this. They threw me for a loop when they got two wires that look yellow that are separate. Because they have yellow for speaker, then they got yellow for power. And they're both yellow. So we gotta identify which one's which. And then there's some other wire that's cut in here as a brown. It's just not connected to anything. It's, for some reason. Oh, this might be what needs to go to the other brown, because I think, yeah, right here. We connected it to that ground that wasn't supposed to be. That was from the aftermarket junk. So what we can do is cut that back and then connect that to the brown. Whoops. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So that's one thing that wasn't connected either. And what the heck? Let's see what brown's supposed to be to begin with. It's a speaker wire. Left ear speaker. Makes me wonder why they just snipped that. What were they thinking? Why are they going in through there cutting everything, you know what I mean? And putting in just... Like, if your radio's working and everything, why are you doing that stuff, you know? I just don't understand it. To put a light bar in, you know? These people, I just don't get it. Kind of baffles my mind. So let's try Let's try to reconnect that brown to where it's originally supposed to go. Maybe that'll probably couldn't hurt. So I'm gonna grab, I got the strippers right here. Oops. Here's our wire. Definitely makes a lot more work for people when they come through this stuff, and if there's somebody like that's been in this thing. Get this. Okay, this is a skinnier wire, so we have to put it on the 20 setting instead of the 18. I really like these stripper crimper tool. It's not the most expensive or extravagant, but it actually works really. The Craftsman one was like $10. Pretty happy with it. I was using like a Harbor Freight one, and that one was like boogering up everything. I wasn't very impressed with it. So pretty happy with that. So we got this one stripped, and then we have to do this other side that goes to where it was supposed to be. So the person who did this, like, and all their wisdom, decided to just do that. So we just have to undo what they did. So to make it easier, there's more length that I added from this other wire that was here. So we'll keep some of the length on it because it's really short. We'll cut it about here. And then we'll connect it to where it's originally supposed to go. First, we got to strip it. I think this one will fit the 18 size. Let's try that. Perfect. That worked. Then we'll get a... I have to grab the little solder list, the solder connector things. I don't have the crimp ones anymore. I used them up. We got the solder ones. Let me grab that. I had the lighter already here, but I don't think this was enough heat. We used the butane torch before, and that melted it. Because the key, one of you viewers was showing me, was this is one of these for an example. It needs a little extra heat more than what this little lighter is going to provide. So let me grab that pack of connectors, and I'll grab the torch too. I'll grab the butane thing too because I think it needs a refill. It wasn't really staying lit. So let's grab all that stuff. I think the other reason why I extended some of the wires on these, because just using the torch or the lighter was like a fire hazard, you know. Here's these connectors. So these kind they don't have any type of crimp thing, or you're not supposed to crimp it because they like fall apart when you try to crimp them. So, and they seem to work pretty good as long as you get enough heat on them. These are like what they look like. They got this little section in the middle where you get enough heat, and you could see the joint start to sweat out. It's kind of like doing sweating a copper joint for like a copper plumbing kind of thing, I guess. Because once you get enough heat on it, it starts to sweat the solder out into the joint, like, you know, joining the two pieces as one. And they're kind of like a heat shrink type thing. I don't have a heat gun. I think a heat gun is this application. I should add that. There's always something that could do the job better than what I have, but I'm trying to make it work with what we got. Let's see if we can use one of these red ones. these red connectors. So if I can point this down, well, I'll just grab one out and start doing it. So where we left off before was this stuff here. We left off, we had just stripped these wires so we could join them. So let's see if this red one will slide over top. We'll get these twisted up so it doesn't get caught on it. Yeah, red seems to be the color for this one because it's not a very thick gauge wire, so that makes sense. And then we get our other end wherever it was hiding here, where I left it. Okay, there it is, and it's stripped already. We'll get this backed on it more. I'm trying to not have my arms in the way, guys. Okay, like that. I'm gonna try to weave them together, type of thing. Okay, with my hand out of the way. So if we can get them to mate up better. Okay. Let's keep trying. I gotta get closer to it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna strip the jacket a little bit more on this. Just so it has a little more to attach to. I think that's what the problem seems to be. So this one went off the 20 size. There we go. And then this one was the 18. There we go. That should be enough material to get them attached. And then slide that solder joint over it. I think that's gonna work. And it's just the solder joint to do the rest of it. That should do. And then we just gotta heat it up. Before we do that, let's charge this butane in here in this torch. Probably overkill. I think these have to be like upside down. Yeah, when you do it. I think it's full. Let's try it. I'm gonna zoom back out a bit. I think it's zoomed a little too much. That's better. Set the flame up a little more. Let's try that. Right. Okay. Let's get our joint here. Make sure we don't collateral damage or catch the truck on fire. There we go. I think that did the trick. It gets hot fast with that thing. Yeah, I see the solder joint bled right out all fast. They did a pretty good job. Let's do the tug test now. Okay, it failed the tug test. I think we need to use a blue one. The red one just didn't seem to hold up to the heat. The blue one seemed a little more. It's okay. That's why we do the tug test, you know? It failed the tug test. So, you know. But hey, we got the thing filled up with butane. That's what it needed. It wasn't staying lit. So, let's grab a blue one. It was good practice. Yeah, not a big deal. That's just the main thing is making sure you check those joints. Just because you went through the steps, it doesn't mean it is good to go until you know. You know what I mean? So it looks like we can just leave the remnants of the old red one that failed. Possibly, probably not. It looks like the wires is all covered by this stuff. Looks like that's just cooked on there. We'll probably just cut it back and strip back and start again on this side. The other side looks like I can possibly, yeah, it looks like I can make that work. Well, probably not actually. Okay, the light just died. But you guys can still see pretty good, it looks like. So we'll just cut it back and re-strip it and start again. The 18 gauge. That's the correct term. Okay, that just came off. There we go. So we got that. Then we get the other side of it. Kind of sucks now because it's a little bit shorter than it was before. I mean, I could do like a wire transplant thing like I did earlier with some of this aftermarket wire. We could put that in line with it to make it longer if we need to. Okay, so we got that part off of it. Let's get our connector in line. There we go. Yeah, a whole lot less work if this was just not messed with by whoever did all that, you know. Okay, we got it ready to go for the torch. I'm gonna try to adjust the flame down some too. Get the wind on it. Let's try that. I don't know if it got quite enough heat on it. Let's test it. And it feels like it's attached now. I think it's hot fast, guys. So I think that's good. Just gotta look at it more closely. Yeah, it started to have the solder bleed out. I'll show you guys. Hang on, trying to get it so you guys can see better. Just the wire is shorter now, so it's like you can see that center ring. There's some silver coming off to the right side of it, so it started to, you know, do the soldering thing like it's supposed to. And that explains why it's passing the tug test. Okay, so that wire's in there now. So we did something, the right step in the right direction there, if you want to call it that. Yeah, she's solid on that. Yeah, I think definitely a heat gun would be the way, the correct tool for this job, especially with it all being a tight, confined area. I'd probably prefer. I'll have to add that to the list of tools to get, along with a sander type thing. So this whole wire harness should be right now. Let's try to do the mock-up again, just to see if anything's gonna get power to this now. Whoops. So here's our little head unit. Okay, guys. Let's go ahead and plug it in. The only thing I'm thinking is that it's not gonna power up from, possibly, is if it's not deep enough on that one pin, but we'll try anyway. Make sure it bottoms out, because that's the one we had to pin ourselves, and I don't have a whole lot of faith in what I did on it. It's my first time doing a pin ever on that thing right there, and I had to modify the pin, making it a female from a male connector, because we didn't even have the right connector from the set, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if these RCA cables got to be in there too to make it work. Oh wow, they're so short. Why is it like that? Okay, that's what that wire is. I'll show you. 1 second, guys. Look at this. I was always wondering what the heck that was doing down there. That blue wire. Watch this. See how it's moving? That's the RCA cables here. So now I got more length because it was sagging down there. So that answers some of the mysteries of this thing. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably not gonna power up, but we're gonna try. And I need to get I guess I need to get an antenna, whatever you want to call it, adapter for these GMs is what I was told, because that little plug for the, for your radio antenna, that goes there, but it's like a loose fit because it doesn't have the adapter that we need. So just something I'd say. All right, let's try the key in and see what happens. See if this thing's willing to power up. So my next guess is to start going through the firewall / into the engine bay area. Let's pop the hood and take a look just to see. We'll try that. Because it looks like we got everything tracked down here inside with the radio head unit and the wires. Because we did just correct that brown wire that was going to the wrong spot. So that probably didn't hurt doing that. I mean, it was cool. We got to use a little butane torch. I was trying to find stuff to use it on to justify the purchase kind of feeling. You know what I mean? So let's get you guys over here. I popped the hood and we're going to take a look over here. I just got you guys on the charger, so I have to run you through this side door here, the passenger side. For one moment, I got to walk around. Here we go. Yeah, I always like to, when I have a tool that I like, especially something that was kind of pricey, I try to find something to use it on. Be like, yeah, I got to use it, you know. So here's in the engine bay. So I guess we'll look for anything obvious of like weird wires, because where we did take out a bunch of wires that were aftermarket was through here, right in this area here. That was where they had a bunch of wires with some relay set up for their light bar. So I think it's a good area to start. We'll take a look over here. Oh, looks like there's some other weird wire going down here. I think this is. Oh no, that's a brake line. That feels like a brake line. Yeah, that's a brake line. I don't know why it's up here. So, I'll take a look down here. Show you what I'm talking about. I'm not sure where we're gonna find, but we're trying. Okay, that's alternator feed. That goes to there, okay. Kind of stumped. Next thing to do would be to check those, make sure all those connections are solid that are made for the wire harness. Would be my next spot to look to. Make sure all those like crimp connectors and the solder connections are tight. But I think it's something to do with that fuse thing, like it was saying for the feed, because I have to figure out what's going on with that. Because we did check this fuse box here last week. That fuse box right here. We checked it with the multimeter and with the lead the ground lead going to the battery, negative tip battery. And then we had the positive lead testing with the key on, engine off. We checked the fuses, and they all checked out, everything that was present in there. So, interesting thing. Oh, how's it going, Peter? It seems like we got it sorted out with the wires are supposed to go in that regard. I did have that janky terminal pin job I had to put in. That might be the problem, because I couldn't get it to fully seat all the way. And that might be the issue why it's not powering up as well. So what we're gonna do is get like another head unit to put in there coming up in the future. I think that'd be the next course of action, because that thing, the one doesn't have the terminal pins all blown out. So we did get the terminal pin removal tools and a pack of terminal pins. Unfortunately, the terminal pins in that kit,
Nothing was actually the same. I had to modify a male terminal and turn it to a female one, and kind of got botched, and it didn't seat all the way, so it was kind of janky. So that could explain a lot of that. So to be continued with that kind of thing, well, coming up right here is we're getting ready to paint this for the power steering pump. Trying not to have my head in the way. See if you guys can see right there. It's dangling. I got an old can of this primer. I was going to read the directions on it because the new stuff's supposed to be coming, the same stuff. We'll see if this is actually the right stuff for the job. Hang on, we got to get the stand right. It's falling apart, collapsing on me. There we go. One moment. To see if this stuff's okay on metal, that's what we were looking at. So this is a can that I had before. Same stuff that's coming. So we're gonna check on the directions to see if this is okay on the metal. So when we know if we're gonna use that or just the regular primer we got sitting around here. I'm gonna read it off camera real quick. Clean area, okay. Mineral spirits, okay, we used acetone, that should be okay. It looks like the stuff that we're gonna use. Hopefully that ends up being the can for that stuff comes in today. That's what we were waiting on the truck here. A UPS truck to come in. So let's go into the garage for now. See what else we had. Things that we had. Give it the Scotch Brite. Thanks for commenting, Kenneth. Were you talking about the that power steering reservoir that we were just looking at? Kind of hot there in the sun. So get stuff out of here. So, how's it going, Richard? Thanks for commenting. So we got this high heat paint that's going to do the final top coat. I'll show you that. Garbage out of here. Here we go. So we did get all the power steering stuff hooked up yesterday on the van, so that's a plus. We just have to get that reservoir put together. This is what it's going to go for the final coat on that reservoir. I don't think it has primer in it. So what we were waiting on is getting our order of self-etching primer. I think it's that automotive stuff like we just saw, that can that was all used up. Also, to substitute, we might be able to do this. I got like 10 cans of this. This stuff was on sale. I'll show you. This might be just fine. This is automotive primer, and it's 600 degree. This would be more appropriate, I think. It was like $2 a can or something on sale. So let's see what the directions say. I know it's kind of tiny to read it. So let's see. I'll just read it off camera. So bonds to bare metal, creates a smooth top coat finish. Okay. Excuse me here. Yeah. My nose is kind of runny. Let's see. Shake can vigorously 1 minute. Get the ball rolling in it. Okay. 2 coats. I guess we could just try this stuff, guys. A good scuff before the primer always helps. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Um, one moment here. Let me blow my nose here. My kid had a runny nose and now he gave it to me. He just got his rag. Let's hug that. Yeah, I had Scotch Brights. I set them in here. I got like a bunch of packs of them. I gotta clean in the garage again. It's pretty apparent right now. I put them in a special spot, and then I forgot the special spot I put them in. There we go. I found them. Here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. The Scotch Brights, like you were talking about, Kenneth. So we'll go out there, grab that power steering fluid reservoir. We'll get this little workbench here off this thing moved out of the way. We'll do it right here. I think that makes sense. Let me grab it. All right, here we go. It's pretty warm from the sun. Let's make sure we got the camera good. That looks good. A little bit of moisture still there on the bottom. Okay, got a little water inside of it. Okay, it's on the rubber thing. Let me get that dried up. So we had to rinse off the OSPO stuff, phosphoric acid stuff we put on it. We had to, per the directions, rinse it off with water. So that's why a little bit of water got in it. Okay. Looks pretty good. We'll wipe it down a little bit. And we'll go ahead and this glove got water on it. Let's put a fresh dry glove on it. Over the fill hole. That'll be good.
And then we'll put this cap back on the end of it. This little rubber plug. Also, since this part's supposed to be with this power steering fluid, the little barb, I'll put some of this tape around it so we don't paint on that part. So it's like less likely to leach into the fluid itself. And just some of this tape here. So let's do that now. Also, it doubles as a like a keeper thing for this plug. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, that should be plenty. We'll trim it off. That'll be okay. Alright. Feel any moisture now? I feel like we're ready to go ahead and we'll scuff it up a little bit more. And we'll go ahead and start primering it with that high heat primer. I guess that makes more sense than the self-etching one if we're already using high heat paint too, you know? Kind of makes more sense, right? Get this out of here. I'm gonna grab some more paper towel and dry it off. Here we go. Yeah, so scuffing it was a good idea, right? Yeah, getting it scuffed and good paint prep thing. So we'll set that there. We'll start shaking this can. I'll shake them both. Well, we'll let the primer do its thing first for the direction. You know, it's shake weight time basically. That should be pretty good, I think. Now let's go ahead and hang this thing back up and primer it. Get this out of here. Okay. This out of here. See how it looks. Okay. Make sure the nozzle's working right. There we go. Got a hornet there. It landed on the stand, the phone stand thing. Let's get some of this backside. Grass out of here. See how long we gotta wait for a second coat here. Apply 2 or more light coats a few minutes apart. Okay. So I'll shake it for a bit and then I'll put some more coats on it. Some more light coats. Then we gotta see how long it takes to top coat it. So apply a second coat or top coat within an hour. So within an hour we'll do the top coat with the black paint. So it seems like it dries pretty quick. We got some bugs trying to land on it. This one little area didn't get primer on it just slightly. Just gotta get the angle right. Looks like you got it. Kind of hard to get in that spot. Yeah. I'll grab a drink real quick, come back, and then we'll do another coat. All right, we're back. Let's put another coat on. Okay. Oh no. I wasn't supposed to happen. One more. That's leaning against it. I don't want that either. At least I didn't pick it up with my hand, you know what I mean? Okay. I think we're still in frame, right? Yeah, we are. Okay. Get this grass down. Here we go. Bottom section. Get this on this side as well. Bottom on this angle. Okay. All right, let's start shaking the black paint here. Here's this paint. Okay. I think this glove. Okay. I guess I still got primer under there too. So I said we could top coat this in a few minutes on the can. Or the primer can. Get it pretty thoroughly shook up here. Test spray. That's pretty good. See what we got for comments. Oh, how's it going? Thanks for commenting. here we go. Let's get this other side. Got it back. Okay.
You're done, you better get out here.
It's all back on here. I'm just gonna, we're gonna go ahead and do another finishing coat on that.
Oh, I thought you was in the bathroom. I'm sorry. Go back in your room.
So where we left off is the phone ended up overheating. I didn't realize it, and I was trying to get back into the live, but we figured out how to do it. So I'll get another top coat here. I think we had a little bit of a issue there with the just that one spot for some reason. A little crack in it. Kind of weird. Yeah, that should be good. I'll do the bottom. Some more. Yeah, that we ended up having the phone overheat. I didn't realize it. It was sitting on the stand. And it got stuck in a loop for a bit, but we got back in the live here. Alright. Alright. Kind of hot out here. I guess the phone didn't like being in the sun. So what we can do now is this wire loom protector stuff here. We'll get a section of that out. 1 minute. Let me get the stand here. So I left it inside. I didn't know if I was able to get back into the live after it all crashed for a bit. Here's the stand. So we'll
trim some of this down so we don't need the whole big thing when we go to do it. So here we go. I know it doesn't need a very long section. Let's go like about this much. Probably a little more than enough. And we had that one flashlight. We got this flashlight. We just gotta plug it in. Alright, one moment. There we go. Now we can turn that light on. Let's go on over here. And grab that wire loom we got right here. And some of this tape. And our cutter tool. There's a razor blade, we'll use that. So we'll get this wire loom, replace the part that's all dry rotted and nasty. While we're already here, because we're already in this thing, doing cylinder head gaskets and fuel injector stuff. So let's see if we can get this light in here better. It's pretty good. So the area up here that was messed up is like this. I'll show you. Right up here. Right, before we end up taking it off, let's make sure the one we got to replace it with the right size. It looks to be. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is the fresh new one. Old weather checked old one. See how that's like got just disintegrating in spots. So let's get our blade and cut this old one off. Be careful not to cut the wiring if you're doing this yourself. So I replaced it up until this point. This is part farther down that didn't get replaced yet, because that part was buried under the other parts of the engine before I had all this torn apart. So now that we're already here, we're just gonna go ahead and replace this part that's all nasty. My bad. We gotta get the thing in focus here for you guys. Okay. So it's tightly wound around it. So what we're trying to do is isolate it from the wires so we can cut it without worrying about cutting the wires, if that makes sense. So if we get this tape out of the way, there we go. We just totally get it right off. Get rid of this junk, this part that's all got abrasion parts, like damaged, you know, and put on a fresh piece. kind of dark in here. Our battery light is dead right now, so we're trying to work with this corded light that's not so great. So up until this point, you get it to about here. It looks like that's where it starts to have like a Y area where it splits off the wire loom. So what we're gonna do, so we got this section of new stuff. We're gonna run this over the parts that we just took off that old stuff on. It's the same diameter. Oops, bumped it. Okay, let's keep going. Let's look down there. Perfect. Now we're just going to trim off the area that we took off of it. The old part. Let's see if I can just pull it right off. Carefully. We'll trim it off of this section. And what's good about it is we have it isolated from the wires. So when we go to cut, we're not accidentally going to get into the wires and do any damage in there, okay? I have cutters and stuff around, but I just had this razor blade sitting here, so we're using that, okay? And then I'll show you what I'm going to do to fasten this down, like the way they do when you first get it from the factory, these kind of vehicles. Where's our tape here? So what I've seen on here, it's a pretty simple thing that they do. I'll get this light. Okay. So we'll run this new piece up until it bottoms out to where the old one came off of. Right about there is good. So this part that's sticking off, we're going to cut it. Cut it nice and flush if we can. And make sure we don't cut our wires. That's like the main thing here. Don't make sure you don't cut your wires. There you go. Marshall, how's it going? Beck. Thanks for commenting and saying hi. So what we got here is our wire loom tape. It's basically like electrical tape, but it's like a hockey tape type of tape. It seems to work a lot better. It doesn't get all hot and melted when it gets like heated up. Nearly as bad as like the electrical tape. So what we're going to do to keep this wire loom from coming off from the factory, if you can see, they have electrical tape here, just regular electrical tape that they wrap it around the wire loom. Convoluted tubing is what this is called. So to keep it from like backing off or getting anywhere, we're just gonna wrap it around it. I'll do like a couple passes around it. That's probably good. Okay, we'll cut it there. Okay, the stuff's kind of hard to tear, so you're gonna probably need something to cut it if you're doing this yourself. Okay, so net farther down, like right about here, we'll do another section of the same stuff. And I'll try to turn the thing so you can see it better. Okay. Do like a triple wrap, then cut it. Okay, then we'll cut it. Okay. Then one last pass of the same thing towards the end of where we replaced. But that looks a lot better. It's not all nasty like this one we took out. See that? You know, it's all like abraded real bad. And like cracked and dry rotted. 20-year-old plastic convoluted tubing there. So this is a nice fresh one. This one's supposed to be like flame retardant and some other cool stuff about it, I guess. It looked like a decent quality thing. So, whoops. Get the light back up. So we're doing this because we're already in here. We got cylinder heads all removed for the gaskets to be changed. And that kind of thing. So that's why we're able to access this wire. This wire is really hard to get to otherwise if you don't have all this stuff out of the way. So since we're already here, and I noticed it all beat up, I'm just going to change it while I'm here. You know, it's a lot easier to do stuff, other things if you're already there anyway. Hang on, what is going on? Something's, I wrapped it the wrong direction. Let's start over. I screwed up that piece of tape. That's okay, I was talking. Not a big deal. Put this light in here better too. So this part of the tape, I got it all messed up. And this is like Fasten X type tape, it's called. It's like electrical tape, but better because it doesn't like get all melted and gooey like the electrical tape would. It's more like a hockey tape texture. Probably the best way to describe it. It's like a fabric type tape if you don't know what hockey tape is. So if you can see it on here, I put some on here already. And seems to work pretty good. This area is just harder to get to because I have to reach far and keep it straight. So why is it doing that? It like stick on. So one moment. I keep catching it on itself. My bad, guys. I'll just wrap up over top of that part. So I guess it's pretty sticky stuff, so it stuck to itself by accident when I was doing the first pass. So but pretty helpful. This stuff will help protect the wires from getting all beat up when we took out this old piece, you know. That was the whole point of doing this. Freshen up the wire protector sleeve, convoluted tubing they call it. But yeah, but the purpose of it's like it protects the wiring from being like abraded, because when vehicles are running, they got a lot of vibrations and movements. Because it's not just sitting still like if you're like talking like a house or something. That looks pretty good. I'll take you guys over to the inside of the engine bay part and see if there's any other parts sitting out that could use some of this convoluted tubing. So let's pass the light back through. So we're inside the doghouse here in this 05 Astro van. So you can get to the back side of the engine from the inside of the cab. It's like the cab over engine design. Let's grab our convoluted tubing and our tape and our razor blade. It's okay, we'll leave the tape there. That roll is just about empty. I got a bunch of these rolls up here anyway, so it's okay. Oh, you're supposed to crawl under your own rig today? What kind of vehicle you got there, Kenneth? Thanks for commenting. So it looks like we get here. Okay, I see where it leads up to where we just did. I'll show you guys. Let me get the light in here. So what we just did from the inside. Okay, let me point it out. Right here. We'll pick that up after. Right here was the part where we left off, where we just went through the inside of the cab. And you see there's some parts. These don't look like they're bad, so we don't look like we need to do anything. So I think what happened over time when this thing stopped and go and traffic and moving and being on the highway, all the stuff you do with car stuff, that little bit of plastic was dragging and just minute movements over time just kind of grinded away the plastic is my guess. So it looks like everything else seems okay. I did change out quite a bit of the other, like the skinnier parts, like on stuff like this for the wire fuse box here. So looks like that was the last little part in the engine area that needed some fresh convoluted tubing, like right there. So we got a whole bunch of the 1-inch. It looks like that's like the main wires looms go for a lot of these vehicles. So we got a few other vehicles could use it coming up. So there's that. I'll get this light out of here. So I guess we're gonna leave that off here. Leave off of that for today, guys. We just did the. Oh, how's it going, Cade? This is a 2005 Chevy Astro van. We're waiting on the cylinder heads. One had a crack on it and didn't pass this magnetic particle test. So we ended up getting a new one ordered for the passenger side. The driver's side one, I just got to pay and pick it up and we can start installing it pretty soon. Good question there. Thanks for commenting. Yeah, this thing's all-wheel drive. I put a 4-inch lift in it. It's got 29-inch tires. They come stock with like 27-inch tires. So quite a bit done with it. We just got to get the cylinder heads in it. We got spider injector to install. Lower and upper intake manifold gaskets are going in it. It's got a whole new upper intake manifold, which is plastic. So they get brittle and cracked, so we changed that out to a new one. So lots to come on this thing. I put a new GM fuel pump in it a little over a month ago. New fuel filter. It's got a ton of parts stuff on. I got some videos on the channel about it if you're interested to know more. I'll show you what I just got here. I'm gonna be putting this wire harness relay contraption in it so we can get these LED headlights to work. Yeah, it's my project. Well, it's soon to be daily driven again. It was having issues with PO 171 and PO 173 or 174. I can't remember the other. It was getting lean on both banks of the cylinder heads, so it wasn't getting enough fuel. So we went ahead and bought the parts and tore it down. So I ended up doing taking out the cylinder head gaskets because I was already in there that far doing that spider injector stuff. So I figured I'd just go ahead and change the head gaskets. One head gasket here on the left, if you see where my fingers point, there's one on the right and the left. That one came from the passenger side. That one was kind of like weird feeling. It doesn't feel like all solid like the driver's side was. The driver's side's on this side. So it looked like it was ready to fail soon. And that's when we figured out that the passenger side cylinder head had some small cracks in it when they did the magnetic particle test at the machine shop. Because that's where the heads were. I was working on stuff there in that section there with the wood and the cardboard. So they're at the machine shop now. We got more to come with that. We had the 98 Blazer also here. Has the same size engine, so we're going to be doing cylinder head gaskets and all the same stuff we just did on the van coming up as well too. But I got sidetracked. I was going to show you the wire harness stuff so we can get the LED headlights to run. Because without that harness, the thing just shows in the high beam mode and they don't even come on. So they are getting power. It's just not the right. It's not getting it correctly. So I think I put that stuff right here. Yeah, right here. This is what we had to get. It's got relays. So I guess after researching this headlight circuit, when it originally comes in with the original headlights, it comes with a positive side switch, and to run these correctly, you need this thing to with the relays to make it a ground side switch. So this is all the things that we're going to need for it. We'll be installing that here coming up soon. Made in PRC. That's People's Republic of China, if you didn't know that. That's because that was funny. So, for some reason, LEDs don't come with these harnesses. Like you would think that they would have this stuff, plug and play, ready to go. Thanks for the comment, man. Cool build, bro. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. We're working on it. It's got all new suspension rebuilt, and underneath it, I got the new leaf springs and the lift kit and tie rods, ball joints, upper lower control arm bushings. Pretty much anything that's rubber or anything that had play or that was screwed up in it, I changed everything. New oil pan gasket, new rear main seal, all new gaskets for the transfer case. U-joints, pretty much if you name it, it's probably been done on this. The main things coming up was going to be like it needs the windshield changed. It's got a crack in it. Headliner's saggy. It's going to need a headliner. Carpet's kind of nasty. Wound up doing like a vinyl replacement, so it's like easier to clean. The whole interior will get all gutted, and we'll change all that out. But more importantly, we're finishing getting up the mechanical stuff first. Getting the headlights working. Gonna need that when it gets dark. This will be. Stay tuned for that. We're gonna be doing that. What else we got going on? Oh, the power steering reservoir is gonna go back in. I'll show you guys what I do with all the power steering stuff. So we got a whole new power steering pump and all new lines running here. That's an inline filter right there. It's a magnetic inline filter. I'll show you guys the kit because I like this so much. I ended up getting one for the truck as well. They're a universal kit, so you can pretty much run it in anything. I'll show you. Right here. This one's going to go in the truck. It comes with all the fitting sizes. I think it was like 20, 30 bucks, something like that. There's the part number there by my thumb if you're interested in checking it out. So what's inside of it? It's totally serviceable filter. It's got the circle magnet in the middle of it, and then it's got just a metal screen, so it's pretty simple. Yeah, it'll be fun to camp in it. Yeah, it's gonna be good to go. It's like a new vehicle again with all the stuff rebuilt in it. So I went through the transmission. I changed the transmission filter, all the fluids. The pan's been dropped, like everything, and it all drained out when I had it separated with that transmission jack. I took it apart earlier in the year. The transmission jack's right there. Transfer case out of it. Everything's separated underneath it. And we went through, we changed the shift solenoids 1 and 2, 3 and 4 to GM shift solenoids. So this thing was shifting really good. It never had a tow hitch on it either from the old guy I bought it from. Some like old Vietnam vet. And he was like the second owner. So
pretty cool. So I'll let you guys know more about this, what I think about it when we actually get this thing going. So what we have to do is we have to flush out the old fluid too when we get it going. We just did the lines, put the lines in yesterday, the last high pressure lines. So this has a power brake booster, hydro boost it's called, where your pedal pressure for your brakes runs off of your power steering pump, off these lines that go to the power steering pump to give it back pressure. That's why it doesn't have the traditional looking donut for your brake boosting. So that's what's going on with that, guys. And then it's got the new power steering pump we just put in. Finished putting it in place yet. Trying to get the light in here. That's probably better. So that's just put in there yesterday. So once we put the reservoir back in right here, we'll hook the lines up, and then we'll put fluid in it. Reservoir goes right here. And I just got done painting it. Well, just was painting it. I don't know if it's quite dry yet. But we just did a whole bunch of stuff stripping the paint off it because it was all chipping and driving me nuts looking at it. So here it is. We had it hung up and painted. We had a 600-degree primer, automotive primer put on it. And then we had 1200-degree automotive paint put over top of that. And it looks pretty good. Hopefully it holds up. Time will tell. So once that gets more time to sit there and bake and cure, we'll be putting it on. And we take note, we had like a vinyl glove stuffed in the end of this so we didn't get paint inside of it. We got these little rubber cut caps stuck on the ends of it so we don't get anything contaminating on this end as well. See down here? That's all taped off with a cap. I try to keep all the old little rubber caps and things I get my hands on, so you never know, for capping fuel lines or anything else to keep contamination in it. That's what we do here. So also, we're gonna get the timing set on this truck if you guys are just checking in and new to here. We got this truck on Sunday, just given to me. It's a Mazda B2500, two-wheel drive, four-cylinder, 2.5 liter engine. It's got the waste spark ignition system, so it's got 8 spark plugs for a 4-cylinder. So it's basically a Ford Ranger, just rebadged with the Mazda. So it needs the timing belt put in it and be reassembled. So more to come on that. And I'm supposed to be getting the title for it here probably on Sunday. Because a member of the church just gave it to me. I was supposed to work on it, do all the stuff that I'm doing now on it. But he just decided to give it to me. So now it's mine. So once I get it going, it's, we can drive it. I'll open the door and show you guys the book. So this is the stuff that's all half in, half out, left out, like taken out. 5-speed stick. Extended cab. It's got only 157,465 miles. I mean, not bad for a truck that was just given to me, guys. And then we got the back seat. These 2 side bench seats. Good question. That's waste spark ignition, where it has the extra spark plug, so I guess it doesn't need a distributor. It was the reasoning why they do that. I'll pop the hood and show you. So spark plugs on this side. Okay, 4 on this side. And 4 on this side. There's the timing that's just got to get set. I'm going to get a whole nother belt and go through and change some of this stuff before I just go ahead and set it, because it's been sitting for a few years. And this is the old tensioner. They didn't even have a new set for it. So I'm going to get a new timing belt and tensioner. Yeah. This is a great engine. That's good to know. So it's got a hydraulic clutch. There's a little clutch cylinder for the stick shift manual transmission. There's our brake booster and brake fluid reservoir. I'm going to end up getting that 4-way heater valve. That's plastic. We'll change that out. This is a 1998, so it's not a bad idea. While I'm already here, the radiator's already drained because they already did a head gasket on it. So they just didn't finish putting it together because the place went out of business and whatever else that was going on. So that's what's going on in here. And we'll look at any of the... Okay, it looks okay. I tried to find a new timing belt cover, but I couldn't seem to find one. Buy a special order from like new old stock or something. Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering. I didn't see a Duratec on this. Yeah, this is a gasoline engine. I mean, you know, diesels don't have spark plugs, so why would there be 8 spark plugs in a diesel? Okay. We'll set that down like that. So we got closer to getting the stereo going on this, so I got to figure out why we're not getting power. I have to get the I'm gonna get a new head unit plug, or just get another head unit. It's not a bad idea. And then we'll know for sure if this thing's actually gonna power up or not. Also, we can go ahead and test power at those lines coming in as well. So more to come on that. Closer to getting it working than we were before, so that's okay. And it gave me an excuse to use the little butane torch. That's fun. I like having a reason to use that, you know. Got to do a couple soldering connections. So I think that's just where we're gonna leave it off there for today, guys. So stay tuned for some more stuff to come. We're gonna get the cylinder heads in, and when we do the cylinder heads on this, we're gonna do it live. So stay tuned for that if you're interested in all that, guys. Okay? All right, thanks for watching, guys. Till next time.